Right then, the first of the semi-final AB1 of the junior. The final of the junior under 15 girls first eights. Lane number 2 is Bedford Modern, 3 is Emmanuel School, lane 4 Surbiton, 5 Sir William Perkins School, lane 6 Emmanuel School A, and in lane number 7 it's St George's College. .100 metres in, and it looks to be pretty even from this. Yeah, we've gone through the 250 metre mark. St George's College looking very good in lane number 7. 2 Emmanuel School crews here in lane number 3, and in lane number 6 it's Emmanuel A, and Emmanuel A look to be striking out in front here as the camera sweeps around. We'll get a better view. But certainly from the images I can get in, it looks like Emmanuel School A in lane number 6. St George's are at the bottom of your screen. Inside them is Emmanuel. Sir William Perkins are in lane number 5. Lane 4 is Surbiton High School with the green tops there, and inside them it's the other Emmanuel School, and over on the far side or nearest to the tentage it is Bedford Modern. And we've gone through the 7:50 mark, so this day 2 of National Schools Regatta sees racing over 2,000 metres. Yesterday we had the youngsters racing over 1,000 metres. And once the camera sweeps around, we get a better view of where everybody is. They look to be the leading crews there, battling it out up front. It's Emmanuel and Surbiton High that are out in front. You're watching here the first of the semi-finals for the junior under 15 girls first eights, and up front it's looking very much like Surbiton High School and Emmanuel. No, it's Emmanuel, sorry I beg your pardon, it's Emmanuel and Sir William Perkins that are out in front here. So St George's College it is that have the lead. St George's College then just beginning to establish a bit of an advantage here as they're going through the 12:50 mark. It's St George's College that lead Emmanuel. St George's School in lane number 7, with inside them Emmanuel School. The first 3 of these crews go through to the AIM final, the fastest plus the fastest loser, and the remainder go through to the B final. And we've gone through 1,500 metres, so there's just 500 metres to go in this, the first of our semi-finals for the junior under 15 girls first eights. And it shows St George's College as they go through. Now you can see pretty much across the 1750 mark they've got 3/4 of a length lead on Emmanuel, and then the battle is on for 3rd position, and there will be a fastest loser who will qualify for the final. But in their 3rd slot, it is in lane number 5, Sir William Perkins School. They're being pushed at the moment by Surbiton High, and the battle for the minor places is between Emmanuel and Bedford Modern. Coming up now to the last 20 strokes, and it is St George's College who only just have a lead, and it's been a really, really good finish this by Emmanuel. They've pulled back on what was 3/4 of a length, and coming up now to the last 3 or 4 strokes, and it is St George's that hold on, but probably only by a canvas. And in 3rd position, crossing the line now, it is Sir William Perkins School. They're followed over the line by Surbiton High School. Then we have Emmanuel, and following Emmanuel over the line it will be Bedford Modern. First 3 and fastest loser through to the final. We'll give you the official result in a moment. The result of the first of the semi-finals there for the junior under 15 girls first eights was that it was a win for St George's College. In 2nd place Emmanuel School, 3rd place Sir William Perkins. Those 3 go through to the final with the fastest loser. This is the junior under 15 girls first eights, the 2nd semi-final. Durham Amateur Rowing Club in lane number 1, St Paul's Girls' School in lane 2, Bedford Girls in 3, Godolphin Latimer in 4, Lady Eleanor Hollis in 5, and Latimer Upper in lane 6. And they are off. And a good start in both lanes 6 and 7, Lady Eleanor Hollis and Latimer Upper, the faster of the qualifiers. So first three through to the semi, plus the fastest loser. So the 4th place position here will be looking to try and get a place in the final. Latimer Upper have an early lead. Good battle going on between Lady Eleanor Hollis and Godolphin. So in lane number 7, it is Latimer Upper that continue to lead this race. In 2nd place, Godolphin Latimer. In between those two crews, in 3rd position, it's Lady Eleanor Hollis. They've gone through 500 metres, and with over a length advantage now, it is Latimer Upper. And the 2nd and 3rd position, Lady Eleanor Hollis have picked up a bit now. They're coming back on Godolphin Latimer. The distance we saw there was just short of a quarter of a length. So the race pretty much split into the front 3 crews, being led by Latimer Upper as they've gone through 500 metres. They've got probably about 1,400 metres left to run in this race, which is the 2nd semi-final of the Junior Under 15 Girls First Eights. Looks very much as if Lady Eleanor Hollis have moved up into 2nd position now. Slightly the neater blade work than Godolphin Latimer has put them now into 2nd spot. But out in front and leading as they were from the off, it is Latimer Upper. And as I've said, it's 3 to the final, and then the fastest loser from both of these semis. Interesting there to see the cocks of Godolphin Latimer looking across and pointing at the opposition. She's doing it again and again. What she's pointing at and what she's saying is anybody's guess, but they seem to be responding. They've upped their rate, so it'll be interesting to see as the camera pans round exactly what the distance is between 2nd and 3rd. Out in front, Latimer Upper. Junior Under 15 Girls, a very, very tidy looking crew this from Latimer Upper. They've put a bit of distance between themselves and the rest of the field, but a real battle going on behind them. And we can see now as they pass, there's not much to choose. They're almost level. The Coxes, a lot of arm waving, you don't normally see that, but they're remonstrating with their crew, trying to get the maximum out of them. So important for lanes in the final, but the first 3 will go through. LEH and Godolphin Latimer pretty much side by side. 4th position is being contested between Bedford Girls' School and St Paul's Girl. And there we have a glorious view of the whole field here. National Schools Regatta, our 2nd semi-final of the day. So after this morning's time trials, The regatta now shakes down into semi-finals. The revised programme means that our semis will run from midday through till about 3:15. Then we have the D and C finals running from 3:25 through to just after 5 o'clock. And then our A finals start at, A and B finals start at 12 minutes past 5. Regatta due to finish at around 7:30. So second semi-final, A and B, race 2:26. This is the junior under 15 girls. First eights, Latimer upper out in front, but a good old battle going on for second position. If anything, Lady Eleanor Hollis have now got the advantage over Godolphin Latimer. And those two crews, LEH and Godolphin Latimer, almost having a coming together there, but the Coxes were busy looking at each other and probably not they were going. The end result being that the two eights converged. The umpire again is warning. He's warning Lady Eleanor Hollis to get back onto their station, and you can see quite clearly on the screen that the red boys are going under the blades. They have responded. They've gone back on course. So despite that bit of manoeuvring and extra distance, they still have a lead, and it's a cracking battle these two have had for second spot. LEH and Godolphin Latimer. Godolphin Latimer probably behaving better than LEH. So crossing the line now is Latimer upper. Superb row from them. Second position being contested between LEH and Godolphin. LEH have the advantage, last half a dozen strokes, and they are about half length ahead of Godolphin Latimer. So they're the first three to cross the line. We're looking for the fastest qualifier. This sees Bedford Grammar and St Paul's girls. Bedford Grammar having a real go here, and they finish just ahead of St Paul's girls, with Durham Amateur Rowing Club coming in 6th position. And that's Durham Amateur Rowing Club crossing the finish line. The finish line on the tentage side, so just over by where the kebab van and Charlie's sausage stall, just on the finish line there's a yellow and black marker. That is the finish line. We would be really grateful if you did not stand in front of that, as it affects the finish technicians doing their job. So thank you very much for keeping that area clear. We have an official result here for the second semi-final race, 226B. This is a junior under 15 girls first eights. It was a win for Latimer upper. In second place, Lady Eleanor Hollis. Third, Godolphin Latimer, and we'll give you confirmation later of the fastest loser. Just another reminder, a gentle reminder here, that the police have advised that we give you notice to please keep your possessions with you. Don't leave bags lying around. Coaches, ensure that your crews keep their possessions with them. If you do see anything suspicious, obviously report it, but please do keep your possessions and bags close to you. We'll be reminding you through the day. Now we have the junior under 15 girls Coxed Fours semi-final A. The first three go through to the final. Shrewsbury in 3, Beckett School in 4, Lee Rowing Club in 5, Kingston Rowing Club in 6, Surbiton High School in lane 7, and Kingston Rowing Club A are in lane 8. And as we're looking down the course now, we can see that Kingston Rowing Club A have established a lead, with Kingston Rowing Club B and Surbiton battling it out for second and third. First of the semi-finals for the junior under 15 girls Cox Fours after this morning's time trial. There we are, there's the boat. That's Kingston. 2 crews in this. This is their A crew. They got a nice lead, probably a couple of lengths over Surbiton High School. Then inside of them it's Kingston Rowing Club B. A little further back from the Kingston Rowing Club B crew we have Lee. They're having their own race there with Shrewsbury, and at the back of the field it's Beckett School. Up front, Kingston. First of the semi-finals, junior under 15 girls Cox Fours, Kingston Rowing Club A approaching the finish line. And they cross the line now, followed by Surbiton A, and in third position it's the Kingston Rowing Club B crew who cross the line now. A little further back it's Lee Rowing Club. They're followed home by Shrewsbury, and at the back of the field, and presumably going through to the B final, it will be Beckett School. The official result of the junior under 15 girls Cox Fours is that it's a win for Kingston Rowing Club A. Second position went to Surbiton A, and in third position it was Kingston Rowing Club B. Those through to the A final. On the course now, junior under 15 girls Cox Fours. This is the second semi-final. Second semi-final of the junior under 15 girls Cox Fours. Putney High School in lane 3, Haberdashers Monmouth in 4, Marlow Rowing Club in 5, Tideway Scullers School in 6, Maidenhead Rowing Club in 7, and Henley Rowing Club in 8. You have to love Tideway Scullers. Why? Their colours are without doubt the most easiest to pick out. So if you're ever in doubt that you commentated on the race, and you shouldn't be, have a look, and if Tideway Scullers are there, you've got the right race, and they are in lane 6. They're doing a pretty good job. They're racing alongside Maidenhead for second position with Marlow inside them. So that's a pretty decent tussle. Out in front in lane 8, it is Henley Rowing Club. Henley had a pretty good day here yesterday with the 14s and 15-year-olds picking up 6 medals, 4 gold and 2 silver. Boys and girls, not a bad little haul. Well done, Henley. And this is their junior under 15 girls Cox Fours, who've had a pretty decent season. They lead at the moment Maidenhead, Tideway Scullers and Marlow. Maidenhead look like they've got second spot, Tideway Scullers in third. About 100 metres to go, and it's Henley. Rowing within themselves is a term that was used here, and that looks to be the case. They're knocking this along very, very nicely, coming up towards the finish. Second position, Maidenhead. About a length and a half behind them, it is Tideway Scullers. Marlow giving it a good go, but Marlow back in fourth. Other side of the lake from us. In fifth position we have Putney High School with Haberdashers Monmouth back in the tail position, and the little toot there announces that that is Henley that have crossed the finish line, followed by Maidenhead, then it'll be Tideway Scullers in fourth, Marlow. Then it looks like Putney High School. And at the tail of the field, it's Haberdashers Monmouth. The second semi-final of the junior under 15 girls Cox Fours. And the referee shows the referee. Who's the referee? yeah, FA Cup final, Premiership, come on Exeter, all of that. I wonder who's umpiring those games. Now, the umpire here has just waved her white flag, and it's a win for Henley. In second place for Maidenhead, third Tideway Scullers. Those three go through to the A final. Second semi on the track now. Westminster in 3, Monkton Combe in 4, Great Marlow School in 5, Windsor Boys School in 6, Pangbourne College in 7, and Walton Rowing Club are in lane 8. And the positions at the moment are Walton out in front, followed by Pangbourne. Pangbourne being pressed by Windsor Boys. Then there's a big gap back to Great Marlow School. I'm not sure what's happened there. Monkton Combe are 5th. Ahead of them on the outside are Westminster School. They're coming up to 17.50, so the last 2.50, and we would presume that they put on a bit of a sprint now, particularly second and third spot. Pangbourne and Windsor Boys. A real good battle out. Windsor Boys steering just gone off a little bit there. Mind you, so has Pangbourne. They are diverging as opposed to converging. And out in front, Walton Rowing Club. Got a decent lead, but the second and third, it's going to be pretty tight here. So lane order they're racing for, really, because these three crews, barring disaster, will go through to the final. So it's Walton Rowing Club, half a dozen strokes before they cross the line. So it's Walton Rowing Club ahead of, we go Pangbourne and Windsor Boys, then a gap, and the gap takes us back to Westminster in lane number 3. Inside them Moncton Combe, and something must happen to Great Marlow because they've come back a bit now, so they probably had a bit of a shipwreck, and it'll be those 3 crews that go through to the B semi. Well, we're all sat here appreciating Judy's long pause, and she waves her long paw with a white flag in it, and it is Walton, Pangbourne, Windsor Boys that go through to the A final. Next up, junior under 15 Cox Fours. This is the B semi-final. Molesey Boat Club in 3, Bryanston School in 4, St George's College in 5, Emmanuel School in 6, Winchester College are in lane 7, and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association are in lane 8. You can see it's lane 8, they've got the advantage, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. But Bryanston School and St George's College look to be faring well. If anything, in lane number 6, it's Emmanuel that have dropped off, so it's Aberdeen Schools followed by Winchester, and then very possibly Bryanston, who lead St George's, with Emmanuel and Molesey at the back. So these 3 will, the top 3 here will make the final. Out in front, it is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. They look very, very calm and collected. Charles Wiggin beside me nods in approval. They look very, very in control. No panic, no bother, or nay bother from Scotland. Right, and that would be, that would be Winchester. In the middle, though, for 3rd position, you've got St George's College and Emmanuel. Winchester look pretty safe in 2nd, but there is going to be something here to get the attention of the judges. I'll just wake up David Bidoff. He's wide awake. He's wide awake. And yeah, so first 3 to the final. And here's a real scrap on now. If anything, I think it's going to be Bryanston, quite possibly. St George's. Bryanston, St George's, good old tussle going there, coming up towards the finish. And Bryanston just took the advantage there within the last 50 metres. Semi-final B, we had the official confirmation there. The winners were Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. In 2nd position it was Winchester College, and then in lane number 4, qualifying for the final in 3rd spot, it was Bryanston School.
On the course, at the moment we have the semi-final A of Junior Under 15 second eights. This will be the first 3 crews through to final A, and the rest will go through to C and D. And at the moment, off the start, in lane 3 we've got Eton B, Radley in 4, Bedford School in 5, that's Bedford School A crew, St Paul's School in 6, and in 7 King's College School A crew, and in 8 Hampton School A crew. So we've got a number of A crews jostling for position here, and off the start it was pretty clean from most crews. And interestingly enough, in lane 8 Hampton School took a lead, followed closely by King's College School, and over on lane 4 Radley are in contention, but there's a good little battle going on between Radley and Bedford School, sorry, St Paul's School in 6. But at the moment Hampton lead out, rating about 35 and a half. They lead over King's College School A. That's lane 8 and lane 7, closely followed by St Paul's in 6. But Radley aren't being dropped. They're over in lane 4, probably about half a length down on St Paul's. So that's going to be a good scrap for 3rd position. Remember, the first 3 through to final A. Hampton continue to lead about half to 3/4 length over King's College School. Rating 35, both these crews. In fact, King's College School just interesting, just lifting that rate a little bit. But over in the far side, Radley just picking up a little, and St Paul's going to have to be careful they don't get dropped for that 3rd important position. But at the moment, as we come up for the last 250 metres, we've got Hampton just winding up and just moving away from King's College School, just coming up to a length clear now. King's College School winding themselves, but the scrap for 3rd is between Radley and St Paul's, and Radley have the edge at the moment. Radley winding for the crucial 3rd place, and have about 3/4 length over St Paul's as they come up to the line. Bedford School coming up to the line now, and followed then by Eton College B over in lane 3. Yes, we have the white flag from the umpire, so the race is good. So that was a win for Hampton A, followed by King's College School, followed by Radley, St Paul's, Bedford School and Eton B. And on the course at the moment we have the 2nd semi-final of Junior Under 15 second eights. That's race 232. And in lane 3 we've got Hampton B crew, in 4 King's Chester, in 5 London Oratory, in 6 Eton A, Eton College A crew in 7, Latimer Upper, and Norwich School in lane 8. Good clean start from all crews. And it's fairly close in the middle of the pack, although over in lane 8, Norwich School have an edge over the rest of the field. But in second place, it's Eton College A, giving a little bit of welly there, trying to make sure they're back in contention, because in between these two crews, we've got Latimer Upper challenging for the first position. But Norwich are not letting him have any of it. Norwich keeping that throttle firmly down. They have a length on Latimer and Eton. Eton are just a few feet above Latimer. And over on the far side, we've got London Orangery, King's Chester and Hampton B having their own scrap. London Orangery leading that pack as they pass through 12:50. So this race is developing interestingly. We've still got Norwich, and you can just see there trying to crack it on a little bit more now as they get through the 12:50 through up to the 1500 mark, sensing an attack from Eton College A and Latimer Upper. In fact, Latimer Upper getting dropped a little, Norwich having to push that throttle hard to keep Eton A at bay. Eton looking quite calm and collected. Good boat speed from both of these crews. But over, in fact, Latimer now attacking Eton, realising that they need to pull their fingers out, otherwise they're going to get dropped. Because of course it's only 3 through from this semi-final B, 3 flew through to the final A, and at the moment it looks like Norwich, Eton A and Latimer. In fact, Latimer have put in a push in the last 150 metres and have come back on Eton, but both these crews still half to 3/4 of a length down on Norwich. London Oratory in lane 5 are the 4th place crew at the moment, closely followed by King's Chester, and I'm afraid Hampton B have been dropped off the back. But King's Chester and London Oratory having their own scrap. But the real race is up front with Norwich School leading Latimer. Latimer have really pushed on now in the last 200 metres to come back and take some water off Eton. And now Norwich wind up for that last 200 metres, and they're moving away from Latimer with Eton A in 3rd place. So those 3 crews, barring accidents, should qualify for the final. And you heard the beep as Norwich go through, Latimer go through and Eton A go through. London Oratory crossing now, followed by King's Chester, and some way back is Hampton B. That doesn't look true to form at all, but there we go. Interesting seeing the tactics in that race. Just a little bit of a half or 3/4 of a pip here and there. Keeping length can really increase the boat speed. And you saw Latimer being dropped earlier on, with Eton taking the edge off them, and then Latimer coming back very strongly in the last 500 metres. But Norwich held their nerve and led all the way. So we're just waiting for the umpire's flag to see whether the race was sound. we have a white flag, so the race stands. So just to repeat, Norwich School 1 in lane 8, followed by Latimer Upper, followed by Eton College A, London Oratory, King's Chester, and then Hampton School B. So on the course we have junior under 15 first eights, semi-final number 1, first 3 through to final A. In lane 3 we've got Reading Bluecoats, in 4 King's Canterbury, Kingston Grammar School in 5, London Oratory in 6, Cheltenham College in 7, and making up the lineup in lane 8 Norwich School. So Norwich won the last heat, but that was junior under 15 second eights. This is junior under 15 first eights. First 3 to final A. And all crews pretty clean start, and as they get through the 7:50 mark in lane 8, Norwich School are leading the field by Clearwater, rating about 34, looking pretty well together, followed in lane 7 by Cheltenham College, in lane 6 by London Oratory, and a bit of a tussle between lane 5 and 4. That's Kingston Grammar and King's Canterbury. I said they passed through the 750. In fact, they passed through the 1,000-meter mark, as where they're through the 1250 mark now. You can just see slight changes in rates as people realise they're into the second half of the race, and whether they're in a good position in the front part of the race or whether they are getting dropped, they know they've got to do something fairly quickly, otherwise they've got no chance of making that important A final. But Norwich continue to lead in lane 8, rating 34, slightly more now, perhaps half a pip higher, over Cheltenham in 7 and London Oratory in 6. London Oratory just their boat speed relatively quicker than Cheltenham now. In fact, Cheltenham have spotted that threat from London Oratory, and also over in lane 4, King's Canterbury are in 4th place, attacking London Oratory. So London Oratory know that they've got to hang on to that 3rd place, otherwise they won't make the final. But out in front, Norwich School leading by a length and a half over Cheltenham College. In fact, Norwich keeping it long and strong. Good rowing from these lads. Length and a half ahead of the field. Yeah, Norwich length and a half over Cheltenham, over Oratory, and over in 5 it's over in 4 it's King's Canterbury, still attacking for that important 3rd place, but they are a length off from Oratory, and in fact Oratory winding, as they can see they're inside the last 300 metres. All these 3 front runners realising they're getting close to the finish now. Norwich winding up a little, not too much, showing their prowess as they cross the line now, a length and 3/4 in front of Cheltenham College, who themselves are a length and a quarter in front of London Oratory. So sadly, King's Canterbury's challenge didn't pay off. In fact, London Oratory took a good 3/4 of a length off King's Canterbury in the last 300 or 400 metres, and then there's a real race between Kingston and Reading Bluecoats on the far side. But we'll wait for the official result, because it was too close to call from here between Kingston and Reading Bluecoats. So official result, white flag from the umpire, Norwich School first, followed by Cheltenham College, London Oratory. Those three will qualify for the final, and in fact they were a fair distance in front of King's Canterbury, but the photo finish was between Kingston Grammar and Reading Bluecoats, a couple of feet between them. So on the course, the second semi-final of the Junior Under 15 first eights, first three to final A. In lane 3, Dulwich. In lane 4, Fermoy from Ireland. Monmouth School in 5. Sir William Borlase School in 6. In 7 we've got Westminster, and in 8 Bedford School. And we are through the 1,000 metres. And in the lead we have Bedford School striking about 34 and a half, leading this field, followed by Westminster in lane 7, followed by Borlase in 6, followed by Monmouth School in 5, but being attacked quite strongly by Fermoy. And over on the far side, or the near side, in terms of people watching from the tents, we've got Dulwich. So to recap, out in front we've got Bedford School in lane 8. About 3/4 of a length ahead of Westminster. Westminster just gearing up a little there, putting in half, 3/4 of a pip to try and get back on terms with Bedford School. And in lane 6, Borlays just holding their rate steadily, but getting dropped a little as the two front runners just press on ahead. Bedford School again, yes, just raising their rate again. They sense they're inside the last 250 now. Bedford just whining a little, having their own little race between themselves and Westminster. But then the race for position 3, that third important place, is in the middle of the field between Sir William Borlays, Monmouth and Fermoy. There's only half a length at most between these three crews, and only one can go through to the final. So you can expect some fairly impressive racing now. In fact, Borlays seem to have taken up the challenge quicker than the other two and lead them by 1/4 of a length as we run into the last 150 metres. That beat was that Bedford passed the line first, Westminster second, and it'll be interesting to see who gets that crucial third place. But at the moment, Borlays have stretched out a lead over Monmouth and Fermoy. And over on the far side, Dulwich College in 3 make that 6th place. We have a white flag, so that race stands. Just to recap, Bedford School won in lane 8, followed by Westminster, followed by Sir William Borlays, followed by Monmouth, Fermoy and Dulwich College. Those three go through to the final, which will be later this afternoon. And back on the track, we have semi-final 1 for Junior Under 15 Championship 8s. Again, first 3 go direct to Final A. And we have 5 boats in contention. In lane 4, Abingdon School. In lane 5, Eton. Shiplake in 6. Latimer in 7. And making up the lineup, St Paul's School in lane 8. And as they pass the halfway mark, coming up to 12:50, we have St Paul's leading the field over Latimer, Shiplake and Eton having their own little private battle in the middle. There's not much between them. In fact, I think Eton has got the edge. And then over on the far side, we've got Abingdon School in lane 4 making up the field, but St Paul's just cracking on, wanting to assure themselves of a place in that important A final. St Paul's leading Latimer by a length, probably a length and a half. Latimer 3/4 of a length over Shiplake, but Shiplake being attacked strongly by Eton. And Abingdon, I'm afraid, just getting dropped off the back of the field a bit. St Paul's winding as they come into the last 250. Latimer going with them, but Shiplake just attacking. Yeah, Shiplake winding up, trying to get back on terms with Latimer because Shiplake are being threatened by Eaton. Yeah, there is a big threat from Eaton, so Shiplake realising they're going to have to do something, otherwise they could lose that crucial third place. So Shiplake and Eaton is where the battle is, but St Paul's continue to lead, very tidy rowing, well together, rating about 35, 36, a length and a half ahead of Latimer, who themselves now are a third of a length ahead of Shiplake. Shiplake are just pulling away from Eaton now. Eaton had a good go at them, but Shiplake are not going to give up that third place very easily. St Paul's crossed the line, and followed by Latimer and Shiplake. And in fact, in the end, Shiplake were just under a length ahead of Eton College, with Abingdon making up that final place. Yeah, well, we're on the start for the Junior Under 15 Championship H. That's race 235, semi-final A, first three to the final. The start, they've all gone off pretty swiftly. Good rating in the 40s from all crews. The wind's changeable, it's dropped a bit in the moment, but it is a cross head just about from this side, from the finish side, but it has been swinging. In fact, it's swinging now, which doesn't help, although if you've got a cox on the boat, clearly you don't have to worry about steering too much. It'll be interesting when we have the coxless boats coming down later. Yeah, that wind has swung, it's across tail now, but all eights had a good start. In lane 4 we've got Abingdon. Sorry, in lane 3 we've got King's Chester. In 4 we've got St Edwards. Hampton in 5, Shrewsbury School in 6. In lane 7 we've got King's College School, and then in lane 8 we've got Radley. And it's pretty even Stevens at the moment. Radley may have the edge over St Edwards over in lane 4, but closely followed in 3 by Hampton. Yes, Radley have about a half a length over the field, no more, 3/4 of a length over the rest of the field as we come through the 500 metre mark up to the 600 metre mark. Radley leading, fairly attacking stroke, followed by King's College School, but over on the far side St Edwards certainly giving them a good run for their money. In fact, Radley now stretching out, and King's College School and Shrewsbury just picking up the gauntlet here, trying to get back on terms with Radley. Shrewsbury and Hampton having their own battle in the middle of the field, but Radley continued to stretch out. Steering a little bit off from some of these crews, but that may be the wind just catching the blades and the bows of the boats and just putting them off that centre line momentarily while the cox just gets them back on the straight and narrow. But Radley continue to lead from Hampton School and Shrewsbury. Those are pretty close. King's College School just getting dropped a bit as Hampton and Shrewsbury have their own little battle and have moved through King's College School. And in 5th place we've got St Edward's and King's College probably on an even Stevens. Yeah, Radley stretching out as we come through the 12:50 mark. 7:50 to go. Radley, good long strokes, good composure. Now in second position we've got King's College School, followed by Shrewsbury and Hampton. You can see that boat running in the picture on the screen. That's Radley and King's College School just coming into view. Both rating about 35. Radley is slightly tidier of the two. And then third place is the battle between Shrewsbury and Hampton. Although St Edward's is certainly not out of the picture. They're about half a length down on Hampton. And Hampton just trying to press on as they feel the threat from Shrewsbury. Shrewsbury in the ascendancy at the moment and have the relatively quicker boat speed as we see them. The wind has picked up to a cross tail from lane 1, which will help the smarter technicians in these boats. Radley continue to lead over in lane 8 by a good length and a half, length and 3/4. But there's going to be a good battle for third place, certainly, or second and third, as King's College School and Shrewsbury have their own battle, closely followed by Hampton and St Edward's, only half a length, 3/4 of a length behind Hampton. So we're entering the last 250. Radley stretching out now, same length, just put half a pip on that rate. Just to increase the boat speed a little, with King's College School just holding their boat speed, but there is a threat from Shrewsbury and Hampton. Radley winding up for the last 100 and 150 metres, a length plus ahead of King's College School and Shrewsbury, and Hampton have been dropped now. So it looks fairly clear who will qualify for this final A. And that was Radley crossing the line, followed by King's College School and Shrewsbury. Hampton coming in 4th place with St Edward's in 5th and King's Chester in 6th. So the official result of that second semi-final of the Junior Under 15 Championship 8s, first 3 to final A, was that Radley College won, King's College School in second place, followed by Shrewsbury in third place.
Going through the 750 metre mark in this, the first of the semi-finals for the junior under 16 girls first eights. Lane 1 is Durham, 2 Headington, 3 Emmanuel School, 4 St Edward's School, 5 Latimer Upper, and in lane number 8 it is Enniskillen, and it's Enniskillen that have the lead at the moment over Latimer. Enniskillen in 8, Latimer in 7. Inside of them it's St Edward's and Emmanuel battling it out for third. Slightly behind is Headington, and then at the tail it's Durham. Enniskillen still continue to lead this, the first semi-final of the junior under 16 girls first eights. There's overlap there with Latimer Upper in second, about 3/4 length down, and the race on for third position, where St Edward's School have been overtaken by Emmanuel. There's about half a length's distance there between that scrap for the third position. You're watching Enniskillen there on the big screen. Enniskillen Junior Under 16 Girls 8 leading this, the first of the semi-finals. Enniskillen there in lane 8 continue to lead this semi-final ahead of Latimer Upper. Third position is still Emmanuel School ahead of St Edward's School. And we're approaching the 1750 mark, 250 metres to go. And Enniskillen go through now, and they have just over a length's lead over Latimer Upper. A little way back from them it is Emmanuel School. They have a lead over St Edward's, who are now being pressed by Headington with 250 metres to go. There could be a interesting tussle here for the third spot. First three go through to the final, but Emmanuel have just begun to get a grip now and push out ahead of the two crews chasing them, Headington and St Edward's. St Edward's lead Headington, but not by very much. Emmanuel is third, crossing the line. It is Enniskillen, led all the way. Second position goes to Latimer Upper. And the third crew to cross the line looks like it will be Emmanuel, and pushing very hard Headington, but it is going to be St Edwards that cross the line just in front of them, and a little way further back we have Durham. So again, a reminder not to leave your belongings lying around. Please keep an eye on your bags. We've had notification from the police, and we've been asked to make a number of announcements during the day, so please do keep your kit and belongings with you at all times. Junior under 16 girls first 8, second semi-final now. William Borlace in lane 3, Putney High School in 4, Godolphin Latimer in 5, St Paul's girls in lane 6, Henley Rowing Club in 7, and Headington in lane number 8. Yeah, looking there at the top of the screen, Sir William Borlace, and just inside them it's Putney. Next to them in lane number 5 it's Godolphin Latimer, then St Paul's girls with the black blades, and they are chasing down Henley Rowing Club in lane number 7. And out in front it is Headington. So we're coming up to the halfway point in the second semi-final of the Junior Under 16 Girls First Eights. And it's actually the 500 metre mark that they've gone through there, with Headington a length ahead of Henley, in turn a length ahead of St Paul's, and then Godolphin, Latimer and Putney pretty much side by side. Sir William Borlace at the top of the screen. So from this morning's time trials, the draw sees the faster crews drawn from lane number 8. In this case we have Headington in lane 8. Over a length now ahead of Henley. They're followed by St Paul's, in turn followed by Godolphin Latimer. And Putney High School. So Godolphin and Putney having a bit of a scrap there for 4th and 5th spot. And that's the 1,250 mark that they've gone through. That's 750 metres to go. Headington out in the lead, followed by Henley, then St Paul's. Godolphin, Latimer, and Putney still back in the fourth, fifth with Swilling Borlase trailing. First three go through to the final, and it's at the moment looking like Headington, Henley and St Paul's. They'll come up against Enniskillen, Latimer and Emmanuel in the final a little bit later on this afternoon. The final's due to start at 12 minutes past 5. Watching Henley Rowing Club under 16s 8 here. They're trailing Headington at the moment, and following them we have St Paul's girls. And the field now pretty much strung out with Headington leading Henley, who in turn leads St Paul's. There's a bit of space then to, looks like Putney High are leading Godolphin Latimer with St William Borlase back in 6th position. And just about to cross the finish line now, we have Headington School. They cross the line ahead of Henley, and then St Paul's girls cross the line in 3rd. Putney High School. And then Godolphin Latimer. And the white flag making the result official that the winners of that race were Headington School, 2nd position Henley, 3rd St Paul's, those three through to the A final a little later on this afternoon. Next race on the course is the Junior Under-16 second 8s. This is Reading Bluecoat School in lane number 4, Dulwich College in 5, Radley College in 6, Bedford School in 7, and Eton College A are in lane number 8. Running blue coat out in the top of the screen. Inside them is Dulwich, then Radley, Bedford School, and it's Eton College A at the bottom of your screen, wearing 137, that lead this race. As they go through the halfway mark, they've got a lead by almost 3 lengths over Bedford School. Bedford being chased by Radley. And then we have Dulwich, and at the tail of the field is Reading Blue Coat.
Okay, let's go! No!
Junior under 16, second 8. This is the first of the semi-finals. Sees Eton College A quite a long way out in front. Bedford School in second. Radley not too far off. Second position here. So, 4th of Dulwich, 5th Reading Blue Coat. And Eton have gone through the 17:50 mark. They're not actually slowing down any. They've got a final to come, but they're powering their way through to the finish now, and that's a very, very decent lead in this, the first of the semi-finals for the junior under 16s. So that's Eton A approaching the line now. A little way back from them, we have Bedford School. And a bit of a distance, as you can see on the screen, before Bedford crossed the line, followed by Radley. Junior under 16, second 8. We just await the umpire's flag, and then we'll give you the official result. That is official then, that it's a win for Eton College. They go through to the final along with Bedford School in second and Radley College in third.
So here's the second semi-final, second AB semi-final of the Junior Under 16 second eights. First three go through to the A final. There are 5 crews: Shiplake College in lane 4, Shrewsbury in lane 5, Eton in lane 6, Hampton in lane 7, and St Paul's in lane 8. And you can see them spread out on the screen. Doesn't tell you much about where they are relative to each other. It looks to me rather as if Shrewsbury and St Paul's and Hampton are contesting this. Well, there they are on the screen. See, out there there's, let me see. It looks as though Shiplake in, I'm sorry, St Paul's in lane 8, having quite a nice time of it, and Hampton in lane 7 lying second, with Eton B in lane 6 lying third. Shrewsbury lying third, I beg your pardon, Eton B lying fourth. Bit difficult to see, but there you can see a very nice picky. And that's Shrewsbury, you could see with Shiplake. They looked deceptively close together in the shot you saw just now, but they aren't. There's quite a lot going on between Shrewsbury and Shiplake. And over on this side in lane 7, Hampton are in contention, as are St Paul's School in lane 8. St Paul's coming very strongly in lane 8. And it's Shrewsbury, Hampton, and St Paul's. They're now into the final 250 metres. St Paul's have got what, a length over Hampton. Hampton have got a length and a half over Shrewsbury, 2 lengths over Shrewsbury. Eton B well back there, and Shiplake bringing up the rear in lane 4. Hampton are certainly having a go. I don't know whether they've got enough course left to make any difference, and I do think that St Paul's are probably going to hang on to this. Coming into the last few strokes. As St Paul's cross the line now, and they are just over a length ahead of Hampton. Hampton, what, 2.5 lengths ahead of Shrewsbury. So we wait for the umpire's white flag. That's the order they cross the line in. Eton B have crossed fourth, and Shiplake will cross the line fifth. So that's the second semi-final of junior under 16 second eights. So the umpire's white flag has gone up, and there are the three who are going to go into the A final: St Paul's School, Hampton School and Shrewsbury School. The next race, race 241, is for junior under 16 championship eights. Seven crews: St George's College in lane 2, Enniskillen Royal Boat Club in lane 3, Dulwich College in lane 4, Hampton School in lane 5, Shiplake College in lane 6, Shrewsbury School in lane 7 and Eton College in lane 8. 7 crews. The first 3 will go through to final A, together with the fastest loser in the semi-finals. There is another semi-final coming up, also with 7 crews, and the remainder will go to final B. Well, you can see how the crews are laid out now. Over on my side of the course, the side of the finish tire, we got Eton College in lane 8, showing ahead of Shrewsbury School in lane 7, Shiplake College in lane 6. I think Hampton in lane 5 are in 4th, and Enniskillen in lane 3 are lying 6th, 5th I mean, and then we have Dulwich and St George's College, but Eton and Shrewsbury and Shiplake have crossed the line. Close behind them, Hampton School. Then Enniskillen, then Dulwich. then St George's College. So Eton, Shrewsbury and Shiplake will go through to Final A, and the fastest loser in the semi-finals may be Hampton, or maybe whoever comes fourth in the next semi-final, which is race number 242Y between King's College School in lane 2, Bedford School in lane 3, Abingdon School in lane 4, Monkton Combe in lane 5, Westminster School in lane 6, Radley College in lane 7, and St Paul's School in lane 8. Though the 7 crews in the second semi-final, the Junior Under-16 Championship 8s. First 3 go through to the A final, plus 1 crew, the fastest loser in the semi-finals, which may be Hampton, who were 4th in the first semi-final, or maybe somebody else. So the second semi-final Junior Under-16 Championship 8s, race 242Y, has started. You can see the crews all spread out on the screen very early in the race. St Paul's School in lane 8 have taken a noticeable lead. Radley in lane 7 are lying second, and Westminster School in lane 6. They're a length up on Monkton Combe. And then Bedford School and Abingdon School, Bedford in lane 3, Abingdon in lane 4. I think Bedford just had a bow ball ahead, and then King's College School in lane 2. Here we are. Here's the race on the screen again. You can see that St Paul's in lane 8 have got the lead. Radley just hanging on to second place in front of Westminster. Not much in it there, pretty adjacent. And then we've got Mountain Combe, Abingdon, Westminster have, I think, cracked Radley for the moment. I think they may just, no, Radley just keeping their bows ahead there. But it's still St Paul's in the lead. It's still Radley second. It's still Westminster third. And the others are getting rather left behind by this race. There's Abingdon. Bedford, can't see Moncton. Where are there they are, yeah. But this is now hotting up as we come down towards the finish. St Paul's hanging on to their lead. Radley and Westminster vying for second place. I think Westminster are going to take it. No, Radley are. Radley have got it. Radley are going to cross the line second, then Westminster third. And then there is a bit of a hiatus gap or interval. And there goes Abingdon School, Mountain Combe, Bedford School, I mean. Mountain Combe, Abingdon, Bedford, King's College School, crossing in that order. Just that wee bit behind the three leading crews. So it's going to be St Paul's, Radley and Westminster who join Eton, Shrewsbury and Shiplake in the final of the Junior Under-16 Championship 8s, plus one other. Now, I don't know. I know nothing about the times here, but I think I might put my weekly sixpence on Hampton School to join them in the final. But as my mother would have told you, were she alive to do so, I can be wrong. Well, girls Cox Fours, semi-final AB1. Again, this is going to be the first three in each semi-final through to the final A, plus the fastest loser. We have Yarm School in lane 1, Bedford Girls School in lane 3. Sorry, Yarm School are in lane 2, Bedford Girls School in lane 3, Latimer Upper School in lane 4, Molesey Boat Club in lane 5, Putney High School lane 6, St George's College lane 7 and Surbiton High School in lane 8. Again, 7 crews 3 to go through from this semi-final, 3 to go through from the other semi-final, plus the fastest loser.
Let's go, Georges! Go, somebody!
We're back from the artistic depiction of the cloudy sky to the rowing. I'm not sure who we're looking at here. We're looking at lanes 8 and 7, Surbiton High School and St George's College, and the umpire's launch. And they are, I think actually it's St George's who have a lead over Surbiton at the moment, with Putney High School also in the mix. No, I think it was. I was wrong. I think Surbiton have the drop on St George's actually. And at the moment, the order of the cruise is 8765. That's counting from lane 8 over on the finish tower side. But St George's are, I think, going to do their very best to try and take first place from Surbiton. They're not doing it at the moment. Surbiton are now coming down towards the finish, which they cross now. Just clear water over St George's College. We've got just over a length of clear water over Putney High School. then Molesey Boat Club, Bedford Girls School, Latimer Upper and Yarm School. Well, that was the order. Surbiton High School in lane 8 won. St George's College in lane 7 came second, and Putney High School in lane 6 came third. It may or may not be relevant that Molesey Boat Club came fourth. It depends on how fast the fastest loser is in the second semi-final, race 244B. Again, first three to the final A and the fastest loser also. In lane 2, Hinks's Sculling School. In lane 3, Kingston Grammar School. In lane 4, the King's School Chester. In lane 5, Lady Eleanor Hollis School. In lane 6, George Heriot's. In lane 7, Bedford Modern School. In lane 8, Godolphin and Latimer School. That's the second semi-final of the girls' Coxed Fours. And there you see on the screen the crews spread out. Lane 8 showing in the lead. Which is Godolphin and Latimer. Bedford Modern behind them, Lady Eleanor Hollis in lane 5, I think. It's a bit difficult to tell who's lying fourth. In fact, I think it may be King's Chester, but George Heriot's are fairly close as well, as are Kingston Grammar School and Hinks's Sculling School on the far side. I mean, it's quite clear that Godolphin and Latimer in lane 8 have got something of a lead, and they're not having to overextend themselves to maintain that lead. They've got plenty of clear water now over the other crews. In fact, they're pulling away from them. But don't forget that there are 3 crews going through to the final. It rather looks like the Bedford Modern are just on their own. But as a former English pupil of mine has so eloquently put it just now, there's a bit of a ding-dong for third. Between George Heriot's and Lady Eleanor Hollis. It could be that we'll get our fastest loser out of this race anyway. But you can see Godolphin and Latimer paddling home in a comfortable first place. They've got a couple more gears if that becomes necessary in the final. They've crossed the line, a length and a half ahead of Bedford Modern School, who are just over a length ahead of George Heriot's, who are 3/4 of a length ahead of Lady Eleanor Hollis, who may, as I say, be the fastest loser in these semi-finals. So anyway, we know the three who are definitely going up to the final, the A final. It's Godolphin Latimer, followed by Bedford Modern School, followed by George Heriot's. Those three, plus one. The next race, we're back to boys' races. This is for first coxed fours, semi-final 1, AB1. The first three go through to final A. Again, this is 3 plus the fastest loser in the semi-finals to produce 7 finalists. In this first semi-final, in lane 2, Emmanuel School; in lane 3, Maidstone Invicta; in lane 4, George Heriot's College; in lane 5, Kingston Grammar School; in lane 6, Sir William Borlase's Grammar School; in lane 7, Hinksey Sculling School; and in lane 8, the Tideway Scullers School. They're on their way. Emmanuel in, Tideway Scullers in lane 8 have taken an early lead over Hinksey Sculling School, with Sir William Borlase's School lying third. Coming down towards the finish now. They're in the last 200 metres. And Tideway Scullers in lane 8 maintain their lead over Hinksey Sculling School, who are not far behind them and are putting in serious effort. And behind them, Sir William Borlase's Grammar School. Scullers cross the line a scant length ahead of Hinksey Sculling School. They are a length and 2/3 up on Sir William Borlase's Grammar School, a length and a quarter up on Kingston Grammar School, who are quarter of a length ahead of George Heriot's School. So it's Tideway Scullers, Hinksey and Sir William Borlase's. And there'll be 3 winners of the other semi-final coming up, and then there'll be a fastest loser.
Well, we've just had a little shift around and change of personnel in the commentary position, and we're now showing race 246, which is the first semi-final of the first Coxed Fours event, race number 246, on page 31 in your programme. And we've got in lane 2 Pangbourne, lane 3 Walton, lane 4 is occupied by Star Club, Yarm School are in 5, Monmouth School in 6, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in 7, and closest to the tower, St George's College. And they're about 2/3 the way through now, with about 500 to go, and it's evident that St George's continuing to lead this, and their neighbouring crew Aberdeen Schools are in 2nd place. In 3rd place Monmouth School. Yarm are in 4th, and in 5th it's either Star or Walton, can't quite tell from this angle, but I think Pangbourne are in 6th place at the moment, 7th place at the moment rather. But St George's have dominated this from the start, and they're pulling away from Aberdeen Schools. George's leading by some 2.5 lengths, I guess. And Aberdeen Schools have got a good length's clear water over the crew in 3rd place, who are Monmouth School. It's just a question of whether Monmouth can hold Yarm off for the important 3rd place. It's the first 3 who go to the final, with the fastest loser making up the 7th position in the final. But coming close to the line now, St George's College are holding this race quite comfortably, winning by some 3.5 lengths, I'd say. And fairly composed manner. St George's have just crossed the line. Not unhappy about that. Aberdeen Schools, and then Monmouth, and then we have Yarm. And behind Yarm it's Walton, followed by Star Club, and 3 or 4 lengths behind them it's the Pangbourne crew. So the 1, 2, 3 is St George's, and the umpire has raised his flag. So St George's won that, Aberdeen Schools were 2nd, and Monmouth School were 3rd. And now we come on to the first of the AB semi-finals for the Championship Girls Single Sculls. In lane 1 we've got Florence Donald of Lee. In lane 2 Georgia May Fry from Shiplake. In lane 3 Claudia Turley of Tyne Rowing Club. In lane 4 is Carter Nelson of Latimer Upper School. Sarah Brunsberg of American School in London. In lane 5 Holly Durnford representing Molesey Boat Club is in 6. Phoebe Campbell from Exeter University is in 7, and Hannah Scott from Ban Rowing Club is in lane 8. And the girls are at around the 500 metre mark, just through it I think, and it looks as though it's a very close race between Hannah Scott of Ban and Phoebe Campbell of Exeter. And there on the screen you can see the contestants in this first of the semi-finals of the Championship Girls Single Sculls, and it's between Hannah Scott of Ban and Phoebe Campbell of Exeter, and I think Hannah Scott has a lead of about a length, maybe 2 lengths. And we've got the first 4 in this semi-final will go through to the final this evening. So Hannah Scott of Ban comfortably ahead, and Phoebe Campbell of Exeter is in second. Holly Dunford of Molesey in third place, and in fourth it is Sarah Brunsberg from the American School in London. But Hannah Scott sculling very comfortably within herself, I think, and they've done 1,250 metres, so 750 to go. And we're looking across the course at the 1,250 metre mark where the camera is positioned, and Hannah Scott continues to scull powerfully and smoothly, heading the field, followed by Phoebe Campbell of Exeter, Holly Dunford of Molesey, and there we are on the screen. It's a head-on shot of Hannah Scott. She's got crew number 222 on her back, and she from Ireland is demonstrating her domination of this particular semi-final. So that's Hannah Scott, you can see leading very clearly from the sculler in the next door lane to her. That's Phoebe Campbell representing Exeter University, and in the lane next door to Phoebe is Holly Dunford from Molesey, not too far behind her. But Hannah Scott of Ban is cruising comfortably towards the finish line, and what looks like a reasonably certain victory in this semi-final of Championship Girls Single Sculls. And looking at the screen, you can see that there is a stiff competition for the second place. Well, as the stag round winds, it's not as stiff a competition as I'd thought. It's 3/4 of a length. So 250 metres to go. Hannah Scott of Ban continues inexorably towards the finish line, with Phoebe Campbell of Exeter just in second place from Holly Dunford of Molesey, and fourth place at the moment it's Sarah Brunsberg from American School in London, and it looks as though that it'll be those 4 who progress to the final later on today. But now into the final 10 strokes. Hannah Scott from Ban sculling very capably. She frankly has not been troubled in this event, so I think she's looking forward to the final. So Hannah Scott of Ban crosses the line, and in second place, that's been a really tight one. I can't call that. We'll have a photograph there, I think. We think that Phoebe Campbell of Exeter may just have held the advantage over Holly Dunford of Molesey, but we'll have to wait for the confirmation of that one. And then in fourth place, Sarah Brunsberg of American School in London, and then a bit of a gap back to Carter Nelson from Latimer Upper, and got Claudia Turley of Tyne has crossed ahead of Georgia May Fry. Georgia May Fry, sorry, has crossed ahead of Claudia Turley, and in 6th place it's Florence, or 8th place rather, Florence Donald of the Lee Rowing Club. So it's in we have confirmation that Phoebe Campbell did indeed keep her bow ball ahead of Sarah Brunsberg's, ahead of Holly Dunford's bow ball. So Hannah Scott of Ban first, Phoebe Campbell of Exeter second, Holly Dunford of Molesey third, and Sarah Brunsberg of American School in London fourth. And those 4 will go through to the A final later this afternoon. And hot on the heels of this, we have the second of the semi-finals. Zoe Adamson of Gloucester Hartbury in 8, and Annabelle Stevens of Reading in 7, Lucy Glover of Warrington in 6, Rebecca Welsh of Isle of Ely in 5, Mathieu Wutrich of Headington in lane 4, Georgina Dooley of Agecroft in 3, Megan Duthart of Twickenham in 2, and Olivia Caesar of Monkton Combe in 1. And as you can see, Zoe Adamson of Gloucester Hartbury has been ahead of this race all the way. In 2nd place at the moment is Lucy Glover of Warrington, Annabelle Stevens of Reading Rowing Club in 3rd place, and 4th place is occupied by Rebecca Welsh of the Isle of Ely Rowing Club. But that's been a confident performance by Zoe Adamson, and she's has looked fairly relaxed all the way. Lucy Glover of Warrington has got a comfortable 2nd place, well ahead of Annabelle Stevens of Reading Rowing Club. Those 3 go through to the final, and the 4th final place will be Rebecca Welsh of the Isle of Ely. Mathieu Wutrich of Headington is in 5th place, Georgina Dooley of Agecroft in 6th, Megan Duthart from Twickenham will cross the line in 7th place, and Olivia Caesar of Monkton Combe in 8th. So we'll await the umpire's flag, and there it is. The white flag signifies that Zoe Adamson is confirmed as the winner of that race. She from Gloucester Hartbury. Annabelle Stevens of Reading was 2nd, Lucy Glover of Warrington 3rd, and Rebecca Welch of the Isle of Ely was 4th. Those 4 go through to the final to join Hannah Scott of Ban, Phoebe Campbell of Exeter, Holly Dunford of Molesey, and Sarah Brunsberg of the American School in London. And moving on to the boys event, the championship single sculls. They're into the last 500 metres, and Edward White of Star Club, Bruce Turnell of Henley, Aaron Christie of Ban, Sam Long of Marlow, Edward Gardner from Cambridge, Jens Hula of Minerva Bath, Lawrence Joss, Tyburn Scholars School, and Matthew Day of Broxbourne are the contestants. And it looks as though Lawrence Joss of Tyburn Scholars School has gone past Matthew Day from Broxbourne, and he's got a lead of some 2.5 lengths, I guess. So Lawrence Joss of Tyburn Scholars looks as though he's going to cross the line first. In second place, I think it's going to be Matthew Day of Broxbourne, but third. Third place looks as though it's going to be Edward Gardner of Cambridge 99. And it is, he's just ahead of Jens Huller from Minerva Bath. Yep. So just across the line there in the 7th place, Bruce Turnell of Henley, and Edward White from Star Club crosses the line. The 8th of the Scholars to cross the line. We're waiting for confirmation. There we have it, the white flag. So Lawrence Joss from Tyburn Scholars School was first, Matthew Day from Broxbourne in second, Edward Gardner from Cambridge 99 was third, Jens Hula of Minerva Bath was fourth, and those four go through to the A final later today. And on the course, after about halfway of this second semi-final of the Championship Single Sculls, I'll just give you the read over. We have Aaron Jackson from Barn Elms in lane 1, Jack Coulthart of St Peter's School York in lane 2, Shauna Mahoney of Maidenhead in 3, Daniel Graham of Newcastle University in 4, Sam Bodkin representing Windsor Boys School is in lane 5, Charles Newbold of Itchin Imperial is in 6, Tyler Scow from the American School is 7, and Alexander Milne from Glasgow Academy is in lane 1. As I said, these scullers are now just over halfway. They've done 1,250 metres, in fact, as you can see from the screen, which just shows the umpire's launch passing that point. The I think leading this is Tyler Scow from the American School. And I think he's just ahead of Alexander Milne from Glasgow Academy. And in third place, Charlie Newbold of Itchin Imperial. But it does look from here as though Tyler Scow from the American School is leading his neighbour in lane 8 by not very much, actually. Again, it's going to be 4 who go through to the final, and from this viewpoint it looks as though it will be lanes 8, 7, 6 and 5, but that's many a slip between lip and cup. But Tyler Scow sculling very strongly and competently, reasonably relaxed. I'd say actually that Alexander Milne of Glasgow Academy looks a little more relaxed than him, but be interesting to see how they describe their experiences of this race. But I'm afraid I won't be able to do that. But anyway, as we come into the last 200 metres, Tyler Scow from the American School in London holds on to a lead of some 2.5 to 3 lengths over Alexander Milne of Glasgow Academy, and Charles Newbold from Itchen Imperial is reasonably comfortable in 3rd position. But coming now to the last 10 strokes, sculling strongly is Tyler Scow of the American School in London. He's held off the challenge laid down by Alexander Milne from Glasgow. So from Glasgow Academy. So Tyler Scow's crossed the line first. Alexander Milne is in 2nd and just 3/4 of a length ahead of Charles Newbold of Itchen Imperial. Sam Bodkin from Windsor Boys School is in 4th place. In 5th place, it's going to be in lane 1. 6th is Daniel Graham. Oh. And 7th, Sean O'Mahony. And 8th place, Jack Coulthard of St Peter's School. So there we are, unfurling it now, but the umpire raises it, and it is the white flag. So I can confirm Tyler Scow of the American School is 1st, Alexander Milne of Glasgow Academy 2nd, Charles Newbold of Itchen Imperial 3rd, and the Windsor Boys sculler, that's Sam Bodkin, was 4th, and those 4 go through to this evening's A final. Now, a rather faster type of boat coming down the course. It's the Championship Quadruple Sculls. Not quite as fast as an 8, but they're a lovely boat to scull in, provided you can keep the thing straight in a crosswind. It's an enjoyable form of sculling. And the crews in this race are Lee Rowing Club, Warrington Rowing Club, Oundle School, King's School Canterbury, King's School Worcester, Clare's Court School, and Leander Club. That'll be the Leander Club A crew, I think. No, they've got a crew in the 2nd Quadruple Sculls event. So just Leander Club. And it does look as though Leander are sitting reasonably comfortably at the head of the field here. I think Leander are in 1st place, Clare's Court are 2nd, and the King's School Worcester, who we believe it's 140th year, making a splash for 140 years. I saw a t-shirt yesterday. The umpire is warning the crews in lanes 4 and 5, that's Oundle and King's School Canterbury. But with 2:50 to go, Leander Club sculling quite competently and confidently, no doubt, ahead of Clare's Court School. So Leander 1, Clare's Court Schools 2, King's School Worcester are in 3rd place, and in 4th place on the far side it looks as though it's I think that's Warrington, or is it Lee? No, that's Lee Rowing Club. But crossing line now, it's the Leander boys. They are in 1st place. In 2nd place, it's Clare's Court School. In 3rd, King's School Worcester. And in 4th place, that's Lee. And in 5th place, is Warrington. 6th place, Oundle. And King's Canterbury bringing up the rear in 7th. So again, a white flag signifying the umpire is happy with the race. So I can say that Leander won it. Clare's Court School was 2nd, King's School Worcester were 3rd, and in 4th place, Lee Rowing Club. And this is the first 3 who go to the final, and the fastest loser will join whoever that may be, and we'll find out more from the next semi-final, which is on the course, and they've just gone through the halfway marker. It looks from here as though it's Windsor Boys and Maidenhead at the head of this field. I'll just give you the runners and riders. It's Windsor Boys, it's Maidenhead, Gloucester Hartbury, Westminster School, Globe Rowing Club, Latimer Upper School and St Leonard's School making up the field here. But the local rivals Maidenhead and Windsor Boys are racing themselves for the bragging rights. Again, first 3 to the final, and it's the fastest loser from these 2 heats who go through to the A final of this, the event for Championship Quadruple Sculls, which is competing for the Forest Cup. But they're now approaching the 1500 metre mark, and it looks to me as though Maidenhead may be ahead. Maybe it's their hull is gleaming a little more brightly to my eye than the Windsor Boys boat. But it's pretty close between those 2. Actually, I think looking from this side, it looks as though Windsor Boys may just still be ahead. So I think Windsor Boys are just leading Maidenhead, and Gloucester Hartbury are in 3rd place, but they're being pressed by their neighbouring crew in pink, which is Westminster School. So it is pretty close, really, I think, between 1st and 2nd, and then between 3rd and 4th. Again, just to repeat, it's first 3 to the final, and then the fastest of the losers from these 2 heats will go through to the final. But coming now into the final 200 metres, Windsor Boys are just ahead. It's a little under a length, their advantage over Maidenhead. But both these crews some way ahead of the competition in their own little class. So Windsor Boys School, I'd say that's just about a length. So Windsor Boys just about a length up from Maidenhead. So there was just under a length at the line. Windsor Boys just ahead of Maidenhead. And now we're waiting to see that is Gloucester Hartbury in 3rd place. And in 4th place, Westminster School. In 5th, it's Globe. In 6th, Latimer Upper. And St Leonard's School will be the 7th in this heat to cross the line. So I missed the white flag, but I'm reliably informed that the umpire is happy and has raised and now lowered the white flag. So Windsor Boys School won that. Maidenhead was 2nd, Gloucester Hartbury were 3rd, and Westminster were fourth, and it'll be interesting to see whether it's be Westminster or the Lee who go through to the final. So Windsor Boys first, Maidenhead second, Gloucester Hartbury third, Westminster fourth, Globe fifth, Latimer sixth, and St Leonard's School seventh. So we're waiting for another fast boat class, and maybe we'll have a class in fast rowing as well. This is the Championship Girls 8s, and we have 7 crews in this, the first 3 to the final. There are two semi-finals here, and there are 6 crews in this one. In lane number 3 is Great Marlow School, and lane 4 St Paul's Girls School, in lane 5 Headington School, lane 6 Glasgow Academy, lane 7 Lady Eleanor Hollis, and in lane 8 Headington School. So Headington School, the Headington School A, it's the Headington School first 8, and then it is their second 8 from the girls' second 8s event. So it's interesting that we've got both Headington and Henley have second 8s, and each of them are rowing their second cruise. So Headington are rowing their first and second cruise in this heat, and Henley and their first and second 8s in the second heat. But the first heat has started, and they're at about 250 metres now. And that's a nice shot down the course that you can all see, and we're very, very pleased indeed with this new screen this year. Our grateful thanks to Charles Stanley Wealth Managers for helping fund this. I hope it gives you a good view of the action down the course. So at about 500 metres now, it's quite apparent that the Headington A crew or Headington first 8 are well to the fore, and their next door neighbours, Lady Eleanor Hollis, I think, are second, and I think it's the Headington second 8 are in 4th place, or is it 3rd? We'll see as the stagger unwinds, but certainly the Headington girls first 8 is well up. They're up by, they've got clear water already over Lady Eleanor Hollis, and they're there. It's 750 metres road now. They're comfortably ahead, I think is the best way to describe it. So the minor placings will be very interesting. So yeah, it's very close between Headington School and Glasgow Academy for, or Headington School second 8 and Glasgow Academy for the 3rd place. But approaching halfway now, Headington School comfortably to the fore. And whilst this race is underway, I'd just like to remind all spectators that they should keep all their personal belongings with them in this era of or age of heightened security. Very important to keep your belongings with you. Please don't leave any packages, bags unattended. We don't want to have to cause any alarms, but so please keep your possessions with you at all times. So we're now into the second half of this first of the heat of the semi-finals of the Championship Girls 8s, and again another shot from this side of the course, from the Tower side of the course, showing the 6 contestants in this first semi-final, and it's the Headington School first 8 leading this race by some length and a half from Lady Ellen Hollis School, and I think that the Headington second 8 is in 3rd place in this heat. I think they're just ahead of Glasgow Academy. It's interesting, you can see there at 12:50 that Headington have a lead of 1 length from Lady Eleanor Hollis School. So I think Lady Eleanor Hollis have made a little ground back. But in 3rd place, clearly, at the 12:50 metre mark, Headington School, second 8. 3rd place at the moment is Glasgow Academy. St Paul's are in 5th and Great Marlow School in 6th. And Great Marlow School, I think, of within shouting distance of St Paul's girls. We're approaching now the final 500 metres, and Headington School continue to lead. They want to get to the final. Not only do they want to get to the final, they want to retain their title, which they've won for a number of years now. But they're being pressed by Lady Eleanor Hollis. But they're maintaining a lead of around a length. So Headington School are leading, Lady Eleanor Hollis are second. Glasgow Academy have slipped back, right to the back of the field, I'm afraid. But Headington School now coming into the last 250 metres. I see 1750 just passed. So Headington School are leading by, now let's have a look, can we get a better idea of it? It's still a length. Headington School lead Lady Eleanor Hollis by a length. They are just overlapping with 250 metres to go. There is good clear water, and the 3rd place is occupied by the Headington School second 8, and it's very close indeed for 4th place as well between Great Marlow School and St Paul's Girls School. I think St Paul's Girls are still hanging on to 4th place. It's the first 3 to the final. The fastest loser goes through to the final as well. But Headington School, they're going to win this barring a major shipwreck, they are going to finish still just about a length ahead from Lady Eleanor Hollis. Here they go, last 5 strokes. Headington School crossing the line just under a length up from Lady Eleanor Hollis. So those two somewhere ahead of the opposition. There are 4 or 5 lengths of clear water, but the 3rd place is the very strong Headington School second 8, and in 4th place St Paul's. 5th place, golly, 5th place is Glasgow, just from Great Marlow School. The umpire has expressed himself happy with the course of that race, and so I just confirm that Headington School won that from Lady Eleanor Hollis. Headington School second 8 were 3rd, 4th was St Paul's, 5th Glasgow Academy, and 6th Great Marlow School. So we'll have to wait and see who gets the 4th place for the final, but the first 3, so that's Headington, Lady Eleanor Hollis and Headington second 8, will go through to the final. And the second heat, or the second of the semi-finals, is underway. We've got Pangbourne in lane 3, Sir William Borlase in 4. Then we've got Henley second 8 in lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club in lane 6, Beckett School in 7, and then Henley Rowing Club first 8 are in lane 8. And they are roughly at halfway, and the Henley first crew is leading. In second place is Beckett School, and in third place is Marley. The Henley second 8 is in fourth place. William Borlase are in fifth and Pangbourne in sixth at the moment. But the Henley first 8 leading very comfortably at just over 1250 metres. Henley were comfortable winners earlier on this morning. I say comfortable winners, but their time trial they looked very competent. So we're now into the coming up to the 1500 metre point. The girls from Henley Rowing Club. They're rowing comfortably, and they want this title this year. They're some 3 lengths ahead of Beckett School, and Beckett School have got perhaps a length over Marlow Rowing Club. But the Henley girls doing a very competent and comfortable job on this race. They're rowing over at about 35. It's probably a patch under that actually, but they're leading by, that's about 2 lengths, isn't it, from Beckett School. Beckett are 3/4 of a length ahead of Marlow Rowing Club, and in fourth place it's the Henley Rowing Club second 8, and they've got plenty of clear water over Sir William Borlase School, and out on the far side Pangbourne College in 6th place. But coming now up to the last 100 metres, Henley Rowing Club, very relaxed, not overexerting themselves, I'd hazard, are going to win this one very comfortably. It's, I think the verdict slightly underplays the ease with which they've managed to stay ahead in this race. So Henley crossed the line ahead of Beckett. Beckett just a length and a bit over Marlow Rowing Club, and then about 2.5 lengths behind them it's the Henley second 8 in fourth place, and in fifth place Sir William Borlase School, and in sixth it's Pangbourne. So there we have it. That is the second of the semi-finals of the Girls' Championship 8s. And Henley were first, Beckett were second, Marlow were third. Those 3 will go through to the final, where they will join Headington School A crew, Lady Eleanor Hollis, and Headington School's second 8. And we don't know who the final position in the, we don't know who's going to occupy the final position in the final, but it could be Henley Rowing Club, it could be St Paul's Girls. We'll just have to wait and see. So just to confirm, Henley first, Beckett second, Marlow third, Henley second 8 in fourth, Borlase fifth, and Pangbourne sixth.
say, you want. I better not do 2 fingers.
Well, the next 2 races are the AB semi-finals for 2nd and 3rd eights. They've been combined, merged, and there are 8 crews in the first semi-final. The first 4 will go through to Final A, and 7 crews in the second semi-final, and again the first 4 will go through to Final A. The other 7 will be consigned to Final B. Crews in the first semi-final, race 255. In lane 1, Shiplake College. In lane 2, Reading Bluecoat School. In lane 3, Dulwich College. In lane 4, Shrewsbury School. In lane 5, Abingdon School. In lane 6, Hampton School. In lane 7, Shiplake College. And in lane 8, Shrewsbury School. 8 crews, 4 of whom will go through to the A final. And as I say, these are combined 2nd and 3rd eights. Well, here come the second and third eights, the first semi-final, and it looks to me as if I think Shrewsbury in lane 8 have got it over Shiplake in lane 7. And Hampton in lane 6 are followed in by Abingdon in lane 5. But Shiplake have been putting in a very serious effort indeed. You can see that both they and Shrewsbury, lanes 7 and 8, got their rating right up. Do Shiplake have the edge? They do. Shiplake coming through. They go as they come through to the finish. In the last 4 or 5, no. Shrewsbury have held them off. Shrewsbury by a canvas over Shiplake. And then coming in third, Hampton School. They're followed in by Abingdon School. And then Shrewsbury's third eight, I think. Shiplake College, Reading Bluecoat and Dulwich. I suppose that was Shrewsbury's second eight. They beat Shiplake's third eight.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 1, 2, 3.
And then in came Abingdon School. And then Shrewsbury's third eight. Shiplake's third eight. Coming in sixth, then Reading Bluecoat and Dulwich, 7th and 8th. So first 4 go through to the A final. That's Shrewsbury, Shiplake, Hampton and Abingdon. And the other 4 go through to the B final. Meanwhile, back on the course, we have the second semi-final in the second and third eights. Pick the other 4 crews for the final. Lane 2, King's College School. In lane 3, Eton College. In lane 4, the King's School Chester. In lane 5, Eton College A, the other was their B crew. In lane 6, Radley College. In lane 7, St Paul's School. And in lane 8, Eton College. And the situation is that Eton in lane 8 have a lead. And I think, although it's sometimes rather difficult to judge the angle of the camera, I think in fact they are going in lane order with Eton, St Paul's, Radley and Eton Hay. But I wouldn't put money on it. In fact, this is what the founder used to call quite adjacent. Eton in lane 8 are certainly in the lead, and St Paul's in lane 7, I think, lying second. It's between Radley and Eton A for third and fourth place. Radley have just got the edge on Eton A there. King's Chester then. King's Chester lying fifth, about a third of a length up on Eton B, and then King's College School. The camera was just showing the 1250 meter mark, but he's now back on the race. There's not a lot between these crews really. I think the Eton 8 in lane 8 has the edge over the rest. But then picking the other three for the final is not simple. One thing I can say, Eton in lane 8 are okay, and St Paul's School in lane 7. Then there's a fight going on. Radley in lane 6 are battling with Eton A, and Radley are getting the better of them at the moment. King's Chester 2/3 of a length ahead of Eton B, who are in their turn just over a length ahead of the King's College School. Coming down, passing the finish, Eton, followed by St Paul's School. Radley just hanging on for third place over Eton A. Then there's King's Chester, then Eton B, and then King's College School. We wait for the umpire to wave a white flag in surrender. Which the umpire has done. So there are your four to go through to the final A. Eton College, St Paul's School, Radley College, and Eton College A.
So it might seem a long way off to those of us down by the finishing line, but the first semi-final of the championship and first eights is taken off. So we have in lane 1, which is close to the bank on the far side, King's Chester, lane 2, Enniskillen Rowing Club, Enniskillen Royal, sorry, Boat Club, Bedford School, Molesey Boat Club, Shrewsbury School, Winchester College, St Paul's School, and then closest to the Commentary Tower, Westminster School. So from the off, actually, we've had St Paul's School have a bit of a commanding lead as we go through the 750 metres gone mark, so still 1250 metres to go. And if we can get another side-on shot, we'll be able to show you who the rest of the runners and riders are. But second place were Westminster College, and then I believe in third place in lane 6 was Winchester College. We can see a nice spread out across the race course, obviously with the wind affecting the way that the lanes are drawn a little bit. We can get a nice side-on-side view from the TV guys, then we'll be able to tell you exactly who's where. So St Paul's still with half a length lead, with 750 metres to go over Westminster, who in turn have about, I don't know, 3/4 of a length over Winchester College, who are just leading Shrewsbury School. So remember, the first 4 to go through to the final of the championship boys this afternoon. And then over there in lanes 3 and 4, we've got Molesey and Bedford School. And then a little way off the pack, they're a bit there. So coming in, 250 metres to go, St Paul's School have a 3/4 of a length lead over Winchester College, who again are being pushed very hard here by Shrewsbury School. St Paul's crossed the line first, then Westminster, followed closely by Winchester College, and Shrewsbury School look like the 4 boats to be going through to the final. They cross first, and then we've got Molesey Boat Club, Bedford School, Enniskillen over in the far side, and over in lane 1, King's Chester, just finishing up that first semi-final of the championship boys 8s. And on to the second one that probably has just started there, and we've got a confirmation that that race was all kosher, so a white flag from the umpire, and we can maybe nip back up to the top of the course where you see some blades flashing around. Looks like we may have started the second semi-final. And we have indeed. So the first kind of 200 odd metres, 100 metres are underway. In lane 1, closest to you on the far hand side, we have King's College School, Wimbledon, Dulwich College, lane 2, St Edward's School, Abingdon School, Hampton School, Radley College, Eton College, and in lane 8, Shiplake. And again, the first 4 going through to the final of the Championship 8s. So our last semi-final before we get down to the real nuts and bolts of the afternoon, with our first final coming shortly after this Championship 8s race. So through the first 250 metres, it looks like it's a relatively even race from where we are now. We'll probably have a few crews still going out very, very fast before we all settle down into our race rhythm. Abingdon School looking to make a good showing there in the middle. A side-on shot would be great to tell exactly how we're doing. We'll get that just in a minute as they come up towards us, towards our camera position, just after the 500 metres gone mark. So out in front, I think we're going to have Abingdon or Eton College, I think maybe, closely followed by Shiplake. We're only 500 metres in the first quarter of the race. So there we go, Eton College by a quarter of a length over Shiplake College, half a length back to Radley. Abingdon in that all-important 4th place to qualify for that final. Hampton be the people going home early for the moment, early shower for them. But there's a long way to go still. 750 metres gone. Eton and Shiplake out in front, leading Radley by a little way. Chris catches there. I think Shiplake just overrating Eton a little bit. So Eton probably a few pips lower on the rate meter. Radley as well, knocking the boat along. Abingdon and Hampton, that's the real crucial fight for 3rd and 4th place. Sorry, for 4th and 5th place. One person going home early, not going to be contesting for the silverware in the final. But at the moment, we've got Shiplake and Eton College out in front. It looks like Eton have just raised their rating a little bit. Slightly cleaner catches than Shiplake, as you can see on the screen, but in the wind it's very difficult to get your blade work neat and tidy. Radley College still look like they're in 3rd place, with Abingdon next to St Edward's Oxford. Are they making a move over there? We'll have to wait and see as they come up and come level with us momentarily. So just past the 1,000 metre mark, just over halfway. Eton College seem to be leading the way. So Eton College with about a 1/3 of a length lead, and again with a 1/4 length lead over Radley with 750 metres to go. Hampton have turned things around a little bit. Now Abingdon are the ones going home for the early bath. And not out of it yet. Teddy's over there, still keeping up. And we've also got, of course, King's College School and Dulwich, who are from the other event in this semi-final. So Eton and Shiplake leading the way, Radley College in 3rd place. Hampton at the moment in that all-important last qualification spot for the final this afternoon, which will be our last race of the day, the Blue Ribbon event. 8 boats abreast again, like we're seeing here, which is always great to see here at Downey. So just going past what looks like 500 metres to go. All of the crews, all the coxes will be winding up, giving the instructions to start their end of race plans. If you're in the front, you just go to your plan and you execute that, and hopefully all goes well. If you're scrapping for that 4th position, you're going to want to put something in a little bit special. You may have gone a few metres early. The boys would have known that. They'd have rehearsed this plan time and time again on the lake. Everyone knows when they're on the lake where they're going to be, what they're going to be doing. The cox is keeping them informed of that. And as we come by the 2nd to last camera spot, Eton College, the hosts here, still leading Shiplake and Radley by about 3/4 of a length now, so they've stretched out their lead. Radley are now pushing on Shiplake. Will they be able to overhaul them for that all-important lane position? We've seen today the lanes are very important, but a bit of open water now. Hampton still with that all-important 4th spot over Abingdon and St Edward's School. Those 2 crews you could lay a handkerchief over the front of. Hampton still with about a 1/3 of a length lead. Here come Radley. They seem to have found a finish from somewhere. Eton still look pretty comfortable though. They've wound the rate up and suddenly they're picking it up a little bit. Radley seem to have overtaken Shiplake or just about coming towards the end. It's going to be very, very close between these 3 crews. And over there in the middle, we've got Hampton still holding on. Eton crossed the line first, Shiplake 2nd, Radley 3rd, and the all-important 4th spot crossing the line is Hampton College, a 1/4 of a length up on Abingdon, a canvas in front of St Edward's School. So it seems like those 2 will be having an early shower, but those were the 4 that crossed first. Eton College, Shiplake, Radley and Hampton, and then over on the far side Dulwich College crossing in front of King's College School, Wimbledon. The white flag's gone up, so that result will stand. And that brings to a conclusion the semi-finals. We now get down to the brass tacks with the first final of the afternoon is the junior under 15 girls Cox Fours. Sorry, I stand corrected. It's the junior under 15 Cox Fours C and D final. So the D final first, race number 259 in your programme, which is probably on the stake boats, as we can see. Just remind everyone, with the events that happened on Monday, please be extra careful around your personal belongings. Do not leave anything unattended. If you see something unattended, please find an owner for it as quickly as possible, and then alert some of the venue staff if no one becomes apparent as an owner. Remind you, the NSR shop is still open over there on the far side in the retail park, where you can buy your coveted National Schools Regattas long sleeve t-shirts, pens, teddy bears, everything else you could possibly imagine, which is over there on the far side of the course.
On the course, race 259. That's junior under 15 girls Coxed Fours D final. Now, these are the crews that through the time trial were the slowest of the qualifiers, and the lanes will have been drawn based on time. So in lane 3 we've got Tradesman, St George's College in lane 4, Yarm School in 5, Lady Anella Hollis in 6, and in 7 Putney High School B, and Maidstone Invicta in lane 8. And they're well underway, reasonably well spread across the course, and at the moment in lane 6 is Lady Eleanor Hollis, look to be leading Maidstone in lane 8, and sandwiched in between them is Putney High School, and you can see from the camera picture on your screen how all these crews are fairly well spread across the course. Some good competitive racing between all of them at the moment. So the wind's been fairly harsh today. A crosswind has swung a bit from left to right, right to left, but at the moment it's from the leeward side across the course, which doesn't help. But with a Cox on board, these are Cox 4s, clearly they've got a better chance of holding their line up the course. So 750 metres gone, and in the middle of the pack we've got in lane 4 St George's College. Seem to have a bit of a head lead over the other crews either side of them, which would be Yarm. But over in lane 8, Maidstone certainly not letting them get away with it and trying to press on to get back in contention. But at the moment it's Yarm seem to have the edge over the two crews either side of them. That's Lady Eleanor Hollis and St George's College. Rating about 34 strokes a minute. Yarm have about half a length over Lady Eleanor Hollis, and Lady Eleanor Hollis have about 3/4 of a length over Maidstone as we come up to the halfway mark. So we're into the last 750 with three crews racing neck and neck, and that's Yarm, Lady Eleanor Hollis and Maidstone Invicta. Similar rates, about 34, sensing that they're moving into the last 500 and they're going to have to wind it up to make an impression on the opposition. Yarm still holding an edge on the other two crews. St George's College pressing Yarm. Maidstone Invicta certainly trying to get back on terms with the front runners. Wind just not helping things as it just flutters up for a moment. So we're inside the last 500 meters now. Yarm still neck and neck with Lady Eleanor Hollis, but over on this side Maidstone Invicta have made some impression, and it's neck and neck with these three crews. Maidstone just increased their rate a little, 60 strokes to go, something like that, and the Cox will be encouraging them to press on now. There's not much time left. Yarm continue to lead about a length in front of Maidstone. Yeah, Maidstone and Victor are leading Yarm and Lady Anna Hollis as we come into the last 250 metres. Major wind up now in order to secure a decent place in this D final. So as we run into the last 200 metres, Maidstone just winding up that rate and just keeping their lead over the other two crews in the middle of the course. LEH now winding themselves and actually dropping Yarm, but Maidstone holding that half a length lead over those other two crews as they come up with the last few strokes of this D final Junior Under 15 Girls Cox Fours. So a white flag for that race of the D final, but on the course we've got the C final of the same event, Junior Under 15 Girls Cox Fours. In lane 3 we've got Shrewsbury. In 4 we've got King's Chester, Monkton Combe in 5 and Great Marlow School in 6. In 7 we've got Kingston and in 8 we've got Pangbourne. So we've run about 750 metres in this final of C, and it looks as though in lane 8 Pangbourne are leading, closely followed by Kingston Grammar School in lane 7 and possibly in lane 5 Monkton Combe. The minor placings are Shrewsbury and King's Chester, who've been dropped at the back of the field. Pangbourne continue to strike 35 and a half, followed by, in the middle of the course, I think it's Monkton Combe. Yeah, Monkton Combe looking pretty strong. As we come up with about, well, they're through the 1500 metre mark now, so we're into the last 500 with Pangbourne leading reasonably comfortably over Kingston and in the middle of the course Monkton Combe. But it's certainly not over yet. There's a bit of splashing going on. I suspect that's the wind just fluffing up the water a bit. So Pangbourne just coming through with 250 to go Pangbourne leading by a length and a half over Kingston, who lead over Moncton Combe, and Great Marlow School just 3/4 of a length behind in 4th place. King's Chester in 5th and Shrewsbury School in 6th position. So, a couple of 100 metres to go. Pangbourne winding up, Kingston going with them, but in the middle of the course, Moncton making a decent attempt at trying to get back on terms and take that 2nd place from Kingston. Little bit of steering problem from Pangbourne. I suspect the Cox has got very excited. Now Pangbourne still lead by about a length over, well, the scrap is between Kingston and Moncton. Kingston's boat speed just a little bit quicker as we speak, and they've taken the edge off Moncton, and Kingston 2nd and Moncton 3rd, with Great Marlow School coming in 4th, subject to confirmation by the umpire, with over on the far side King's Chester, followed by Shrewsbury School. And that's Shrewsbury just crossing the line now. White flag. So the result was Pangbourne 1st, Kingston Grammar School 2nd, Moncton Combe 3rd, followed by Great Marlow School, King's Chester and Shrewsbury. That was the C final for junior under 15 girls Cox Fours.
Yeah, I think we've done about.
Right, on the course, this is race 261, junior under 15 boys Cox Fours. This is final D. These are the crews that didn't make A or B finals, and they will be selected to race in this race based on their time trials, and they will be positioned in each lane by their times. In lane 5, there are 4 crews. In lane 5 we've got Yarm, St Edward's in 6, On the course, we have the C final of Junior Under 15 Boys Cox Fours, 6 crews. In lane 3, Kingston Grammar School, Canford School are in 4, Oratory in 5. In lane 6 are Weybridge. In 7, St George's College, and in lane 8, Maidstone Invicta. And they are through about 1,000 metres by now with luck, and the crews are fairly well spread across the course. It's quite difficult to see who has the edge at this point. So halfway in this race, which is the final of C final of Junior Under 15 Boys Cox Fours, 6 crews, and at the moment it looks like in lane 8 Maidstone Invicta leading the pack, and there's a good fight going on in the middle between St George's, Weybridge, Oratory and Canford. Kingston Grammar School just being dropped off the back a little, and Canford are looking quite impressive in pushing Maidstone pretty hard, and they may well have the edge now. So Maidstone, as we come up to 750 metres to go, Maidstone have about half a length over St George's, and over on the far side Canford in lane 4. Those two are pretty close, but Maidstone continue to leave. We've got about 600 metres to go, and Coxes certainly will be driving their crews to improve boat speed for the final run-in. This is a C final, but it doesn't matter what it is really, it's about competing and winning the race as best you can. Maidstone still continue to lead. Steering's going a bit wonky. Yeah, that wind is quite harsh at times. Maidstone continue to lead this C final for Junior Under 15 Boys Cox Fours, race 262, which is out of line. We were expecting 261, but that's going to follow this race. Yes, Maidstone, I think they just stretched out a little bit of a lead, but they're being pushed quite hard by St George's. And over in the middle of the course, Canford have been caught by Oratory. So that's a good little tussle between Canford and Oratory, and then on this side we've got a good tussle between St George's and Maidstone. Good racing this. Boats now just raising their rate a little, having to contend with this crosswind which can gust quite a lot. And in fact the umpires having to warn the Oratory to keep on their course. But good racing here. Yes, Maidstone realising the attack from St George's, trying to do something about it, digging in, rates going up 36 plus. That attack from St George's has certainly woken up Maidstone if they needed waking up at all. And now that bow is just rising. Maidstone bow about a couple of feet ahead of St George's, but full marks to St George's for that final attack. And over on the far side, Oratory and Canford having a good tussle between themselves. We've got a few strokes to go, and Maidstone hang on by a few feet. And again on the far side, we've got Oratory a few feet ahead of Canford, third and fourth. In the middle of the course, Weybridge come in fifth, and Kingston sadly being left a little bit behind the back end of the field.
On the far side of the course, in front of the coffee stand, if you're standing in front of a yellow and white board, please move. Thank you very much. That is the timing board. If you do that, we cannot record a time. Thank you.
So umpires raised a white flag for that race, so it stands. And the final result was that Maidstone hung on by about a canvas, as my colleague Xander said, over St George's, followed by Oratory, who were again a canvas in front of Canford, Weybridge in fifth, and Kingston Grammar School in sixth.
So, not quite in order, but moving on to race number 261, the D final for the Junior Under 15 Coxed Fours. So in lane 5 we have Yarm School, in lane 6 St Edward's School, lane 7 King's Chester, and lane 8 St Paul's School. And as you can see from the pictures being beamed down the course, we're over halfway. There's the 1,000-metre mark in the background, and it looks like with a lot of the races that have been going, we've got St Paul's School just leading St Edward's School Oxford, who in turn are in front of Yarm School and King's Chester. So St Paul's School coming past 750 metres to go with 3/4 of a length over St Edward's School, who in turn have about 1/4 of a length of clear water over King's Chester, and Yarm School have overlapped still with the boys from Chester. So 4 boats for this D final of the J15 Coxed Fours, coming into their wind up to the finish. As you can see from these photos, boats are bobbling around a little bit to do with the slight wind coming, as you can see from the grass, a little bit of a breeze coming as we're watching it left to right from lane 8 across the course, affecting them all a little bit. Tough on the coxes to steer straight with a 4, and again these boys, because there's only 4 blades in the water, one of them pulls slightly harder or slightly lighter, we're going to have a bit of a wiggle, and then the cox needs to steer away to straighten things up. And it looks like we're having a little bit of a burst there from the boys from St Paul's on the tideway, just stiffening of the rate a little bit as they approach 500 metres to go, across from the, what looks like the Abingdon tent is around the 500 metre mark. So 500 metres less to go. They'll be starting to put in their finishing plans. And in the black boat for St Paul's, it looks like they're still maintaining a slight lead over the rowers from St Edward's School, Oxford. And again, this angle can be slightly distorting from what the actual truth is. So hopefully using my commentary now, the boys from St Paul's still a bit of a lead over the rowers from St Edward's, Oxford, who in turn have a lead over the rowers from King's Chester, and then Yarm School in lane number 5, bringing up the rear of this 4-boat D final for the J15 Cox Fours. The St Paul's Cox, maybe using some of his tideway savvy skills, is staying as close to the edge of lane 8 as he can to make as best use of that lane draw that they've got. And the Teddy's boys over there in lane 6 still got about, you know, a good almost length to catch up in the last kind of 250 metres, so a bit of a tall order for them. Got to make sure we keep those catches covered. Again, slightly different rigged boats, as we can see. And in lane number 7, we've got King's Chester, the 3rd place in this D final. And then over in lane 5, you have Yarm School. So 250 metres to go. St Paul's maintain their lead over St Edward's Oxford, making sure that blade work is as tidy as possible into the wind, to try and make sure you get the catches down so you can actually push through the water, not through the air, propelling the boat forward. So the 2 boats that have been out in front for most of the way through this J15 Cox 4's D final. St Paul's School passing my position now in the commentary tower, and a few strokes to go. About 3/4 of a length lead over St Edward's School as they cross the line, followed by St Edward's School, and then King's Chester will be 3rd in this D final, or cross the line 3rd I should say, and then closely followed by Yarm School. King's Chester crossing now, Yarm School crossing now, just awaiting the white flag from the umpire just to make sure everything was as it should have been by the book. No one impeded everyone else. It didn't look like there would be any of that, but we'll just wait for confirmation on that. And there's the white flag, so we can say that is one of them. So I think we now have a minor pause maybe, because race number 263 is a no race, so we can maybe pit back up to the start so we can have a look at the boats getting attached and actually seeing, you know, the intricacies of how that works. I know a lot of spectators don't get to see that, so it'd be good if we can pop back up to the start, see how they get attached and the difficulties that some of the coxes are, and if by magic we're there. And if you look at the boat in lane 7 there, just getting attached, you can see lots of blade work, just tapping along at the front. It's a difficult process, this, and this will be for race 264, the J15 boys second 8s. So we've got a 7-boat C final. This is what it is. So these are crews 13 to 18 to, C final. Crews 13 to 19 who didn't quite make the A-B semi-finals earlier in the day. And in lane 2 we're going to have Abingdon School B, Eton College C, Hampton C, and then we're going to have Bedford School B, Abingdon School A, Reading Bluecoats and King's College School B. So as you can see, trying to get those long 8s attached isn't always that easy. Some of the 8s are perpendicular to the course, so it'll take a few minutes to get up and attached and ready to go. What we'll also see, if you've watched the boat race over the years or any Olympic rowing, is the coxes will have their hands up when they're not straight down the course. However, as you can see, some of them are still at right angles to the direction they want to go, so the starter will be very aware that they're not ready. Looks like they're getting straightened up now. You can see that as the boats get pointed into the wind, they get carried across, carried straight into a straight line. So they'll start out pointing towards our bank where the camera position are, and then drifting across. And as you can see, the starter expertly got them going. A wave and wash as the blades go through. They'll be doing many short strokes to get the boat started as their start sequence, and then they'll be lengthening out as they go forward, really winding the rate up, whipping the hands round, and getting through the first 100 metres. You'll see a marker on the bank on the far side when it comes into view, which is the technical marker. If there are any technical problems in the first 100 metres, they can appeal to start. Just been told I'm outdated, that doesn't exist anymore, but there is a mark still on the bank over there, so we're well past 100 metres now. Probably so we're into the meat of the race now. They've hit their stride, they've finished their start sequence, and by the looks of it, We actually have lane 8, King's College School B, doesn't seem to have started the race. I think there was a technical difficulty before they got to the start. We seem to have hit a crab maybe over there in lane 3, maybe the Eton College C boat, we're not sure. So we seem to have an issue there over there. So maybe we've got if I can have your attention please, we have an urgent announcement. We have vehicles blocking an access way. Please listen out for these vehicles. If they are yours, they need to be moved immediately. The police are in attendance. It's a silver Hyundai, registration B for Bravo, W for Whiskey, 14, Y for Yankee. And a red Mini. So as you can see on the screen, Abingdon School B, Eton College C, Hampton School C, Bedford School B, Abingdon School and Reading Bluecoat School in lane 7. No one in lane 8. Seems like Eton have retired from lane 3, maybe a technical difficulty, we're not sure. We've had about 750 metres gone and it looks like Reading Bluecoats are leading the way, shortly over Abingdon School A, who seem to have a slight lead over Bedford School, and then Hampton, and slightly off the back, Abingdon B School. And they'll be doing a piece around the halfway point as well, so you'll see a push from some of the boats, and still looks like Reading Bluecoat School are leading the boys from Abingdon A. Just a short lead over Bedford, and I think they're having a really good scrap there with the chaps from Hampton. Abingdon B slightly out the back of the field on the far side. As we've just gone through the halfway point, coming up to our camera position where we'll get a real look on the distances between these crews. So it looks like Reading Bluecoat School are just leading Abingdon by about a quarter of a length there as they come past our camera position, who have about a length over Bedford and about half a length back to Hampton. It's actually a little bit more than that. I'd say about a third of a length there the boys from Reading Bluecoat School have over the boys in Abingdon with their black boat. And as I said, a length back to Bedford School and 3/4 of a length back to Hampton. So 750 metres to go in the C final of the junior under 15 boys second eights. So we've still got the first eights to come through as well, which will be the next race. So lots of junior colts, as some schools call them, representation today. It's great to see so many boys out racing. So as you can see from these pictures, slightly tidier blade work from the boys from Reading Bluecoat School over the rest of the field, which probably has something to do with their slight advantage over them all. A little bit splashy from the boys in Abingdon, but looks like they've got a lot of power in that boat, so will they be able to convert that into race speed? We'll see as they come forward, as they seem to be doing a bit of a push, rating a couple of pips higher as you can see, but are they as long, are they as tidy? That makes all the difference to try and make sure that you're going faster than the person next to you. especially when the conditions become a little bit choppier. It makes much better to have tidy blade work. And as you can see, these boys from Reading seem to be doing very well over the rest of the field. Just a little bit tidier, faster around the turn, getting their hands in the way, nice long strokes there, as we can see. So they've opened up a bit more of a lead there. Look at that, clear water over the boys from Abingdon. So a length and a bit with 250 metres to go, and Abingdon have a lead of about a length over Bedford School, and Bedford have maintained that third length lead over Hampton School. So can they keep that up for the rest of it, or are we going to have a bit of a change of position in the last 250 metres? I imagine Hampton may have left it a little bit late, and Abingdon B are having a few navigational issues on the far side. But here we go, Reading Bluecoat School, who have looked great since the off. Very tidy blade work, nice and long, good rhythm. Their stroke and 7 pair setting up for the rest of the boat. Abingdon putting in a lot of power down, maintaining their lead over Bedford School, who have about a canvas over Hampton. So this might be a bit of an interesting finish. Can Hampton pull something back in the last few strokes? I think they've probably left it a little bit too late over this 2,000 metre course, as Reading Bluecoats crossed the line first with a very tidy performance from that. Very proud coach going by with his hand in the air. Abingdon School crossing the line in second place, shortly followed by Bedford by about a length, and 3/4 of a length back to Hampton School, and Abingdon B over on the far side, really struggling with the conditions a little bit maybe over there. On their own in a vacuum. It's a bit unfair after Eton had to stop. So if we pop back up to the top of the course, we can get the Junior Under 15 First 8 C final, I believe we've got next. And I think they're already 250 metres or so down the course. And from lane 4 we have Pangbourne College, lane 5 Moncton Combe, lane 6 St Joseph's, and lane 7 Bedford Modern, and Whitgift in lane 8. It's always good to see a few schools that weren't in evidence when I was rowing back in the day, a couple of years ago. And Abingdon B just finishing off now from the previous race. We have a so that was actually a red flag from the previous race. We're just waiting for clarification from the umpire. So, apart from one boat not finishing, which we were aware of, the rest of the race was okay. So the result from that is all right. So, back to the event on the course, going past our camera position. Very interesting race is unfolding, as it seems that we have a bit of a tight scrap going on here between these 4 boats. 5 boats, there we go. So these are the first 8, so a little bit step up from the second 8s that we saw before, either 8s that didn't want to compete in the top category, or the second and third and fourth boats from the actual schools who came down. So a little bit tidier blade work we should see overall, being able to deal with the conditions a bit better, maybe a bit bigger boys with lower ergo times, the joys of that rowing machine that we all enjoy, to make sure that in the hard months over the winter we can put it into practice on the water in the glorious summer days that we've got here down at Eton Downey. So I think we've got an interesting tussle here between St Joseph's, Bedford Modern and Whitgift. Whitgift are closest to the bank. To the commentary side, Bedford Modern is next to them, and just inside them we have St Joseph's College in their blue outfits. A little bit of a gap back to Moncton Combe, and again Pangbourne just hanging on to the back of them as well. So as you come up to our camera position again, we'll get a good view as to how this race is unfolding. It looks like we've got an interesting race coming down the course here. Rather than the usual lane 7 and 8 winning out, we've got St Joseph's in lane 6, leading by about a third of a length over what is an absolute dead heat at the moment between Bedford Modern and Whitgift in lane 7 and 8. About a length back to Monkton Combe and then Pangbourne after that. So into the last half of the race, just gone past the 1,000-metre mark. We've got 3 boats within about a quarter of a length of each other for this, the C final, for bragging rights over the other ones, to say we were the fastest not to get into the final. That's what they're fighting for. And again, trying to contest with that slight crosswind that you've got, keeping the boat straight. Every time the Cox puts on the rudder, that slows down the boat and means that the work that his 8 boys are putting in goes into resistance on the rudder rather than propelling the boat forward. So try and use it as little as possible when the blades are out of the water and running, and not putting through force through the water and the blades. So approaching 250 metres to go. We have a good race, as I said, with St Joseph's, by the looks of it, just leading the field still over Whitgift, who have suddenly put on a bit of a finish. You can see their boat speed picking up now. What have they got left to give? And I think they've just about taken the lead now, Whitgift. They are clear of the rest of the field by a good half a length, as we see there. Can St Joseph's hang on to Bedford Modern and keep hold of that second position of this C final that we've got running here? So a very good finish. Whitgift building their race as they've gone through. Good boat speed, just got to make sure it's nice and tidy to keep in front of the guys from St Joseph's. They've overtaken expertly. And we've also got over in lane 5 Monkton Combe trying to put a push on the last 250 metres. You can really see the rates increasing. Whitgift seems to be putting through some really good work through the water, and it looks like the chaps from Bedford Modern have just overtaken St Joseph's. St Joseph's went out a little bit sooner than the rest of them. How can they hold on to it? Valiant effort for St Joseph's to go out and keep it. Can they hold off the boys from Monkton Combe as Whitgift cross the line first, followed by Bedford Modern School, St Joseph's School by a quarter of a length, and again a quarter of a length back to Monkton Combe, and a little way off the pace are Pangbourne. That's the order that they cross the finish line as the last hooter sounds for the 4th boat in that, or the 5th boat in that C final of the J15 first eights. And the white flags come up from the umpire, a valid result. And now if we pop back up to the start, we'll get the J16 Champ 8's C final.
So on the course, race 266. This is a C final for Junior Under 16 Championship 8s. These will be the crews that didn't make the A or B finals, so they will be wanting to basically show their muscle and see who can win this race. At the moment, we've gone through the 1,000. We're on 1250 now, 1250 meter marker, which is 750 to go. And in the lead, we have Reading Blue Coat in lane 8, followed by London Oratory in 7, Clare's Court in 6, and Bedford Modern in lane 5, in that order. Reading Blue Coat rating about 35, pretty well together. The wind's not helpful, it's gusting again and swinging. Tailwind from lane 8 at the moment. Reading Blue Coat still maintaining that lead of about a length over the rest of the field, maybe a bit more. And behind them in lane 7, London Oratory. Lot of water splashing about. I suspect that's the wind more than anything else. London Oratory in 2nd, followed by Clare's Court and Bedford Modern in 4th. Bedford Modern trying to make an impression on Clare's Court. It's probably about half a length between the two, but Reading Blue Coat lead out over a length ahead of the rest of the field. They can sense they're inside the last 250 now, just winding it up for the line, last 30 odd strokes. Lots of cheering from the far side. Reading Blue Coats maintaining that lead over London Oratory. And Clare's Court about, again, a length and a bit behind London Oratory, but Bedford Modern attacking Clare's Court quite handsomely at the moment. There's about only a third of a length between those two, but the Reading Blue Coats just stretching out. Quite competent rowing for from these under 16 junior boys. Reading Blue Coats coming up to the line, a length ahead of London Oratory, who are a length and a quarter ahead of Clare's Court, who happen to be about half a length in front of Bedford Modern. And we have a white flag. So the result of that race was won by Reading Blue Coats. This is Junior Under 16 Championship 8 C final. Reading Blue Coats win, London Oratory in 2nd, Clare's Court in 3rd, and Bedford Modern in 4th position. So on the course, race 267. This is girls Cox Fours. It's a C final, which means they are boats in the range of finishes of 13 to 18 from the time trials. In lane 4, we have King's College School. In 5, Haberdashers Monmouth. Canford School in 6. Castle Semple in 7, and in lane 8, Cheltenham College. And looking down the course, Cheltenham College lead this C final, rating about 35 strokes a minute, followed by Castle Semple, who are themselves followed by Canford and Haberdashers Monmouth. No, I think it's King's College School. We seem to have a boat missing. So we are through the 12:50 mark, which means they've got 7:50 to go, and Cheltenham College lead this race ahead of Castle Semple. Cheltenham College looking quite tidy. Nice body positions anyway. Over Castle Semple and themselves ahead of Canford and King's College School over in lane 4. So Haberdashers Monmouth didn't start. Cheltenham College moving pretty well together. Cheltenham leading by a length and a quarter over Castle Semple. Length and a half now probably. Themselves ahead of Canford School and King's College School picking up that 4th place. So we're inside the last 250 metres and all crews winding up for the line. Cheltenham College leading up by over a length ahead of Castle Semple. Cheltenham rating about 35 strokes a minute. Moving away from Castle Semple and Canford in the middle of the course, with King's College School just making up that 4th place. Lots of shouting, lots of support for these crews. And a few strokes to go. Cheltenham just crossed the line with Castle Semple about 2 lengths behind, crossing it now, and Canford just behind them.
And that draws to a close. That one, we head up the course because it's already just over halfway now. The first Cox Fours C final. Only 3 boats in this one. Lane 8, St Joseph's College. Lane 7, Abingdon School. Lane 3, Glasgow School. And as we can see, this one looks like it's relatively done and dusted, sadly. Just as we get to it, St Joseph's School with a commanding lead over Abingdon School and Glasgow School's Rowing Association over there in lane 6. The Coxed 4 isn't the most fun boats to row. You've got a quarter of a Cox to drag down the course with you, as opposed to an 8 where you've got an 1/8 for Cox, so it makes things much easier to run. But there are some big chaps for St Joseph's, as you can see there, just missing out on the semi-finals from earlier. So this, the first Cox 4 C final. that we've got going on here. So boats 13, 14 and 15. So we've got some interesting navigation again by Glasgow, struggling a little bit in the middle. St Joseph's looking very long, very powerful, pushing through their lead, and every stroke into their footplate, pushing the other two boats further into the distance behind them. So St Joseph's got this one neatly wrapped up, I think, and over Abingdon and over Glasgow Schools as well. So St Joseph's School, the last few strokes, probably call that clear water over Abingdon School, who again have clear water over Glasgow Schools Rowing Association. So crossing the line now, St Joseph's School and Abingdon, last 3 or 4 strokes coming up to the line, just to come across now, and then the last crew polishing off. And I can look back down the course, and we do have some boats back on the course up there. So if we pop on down as we see Glasgow School crossing the line to finish, we can go back up and get the start of that race, which is the Championship Girls Single Sculls.
In front of, in lane 7, her clubmate Phoebe Ransom, and in the middle of the pack we've got, probably in third, the Yarm sculler Katie Anderson, closely followed by the Reading sculler Isabel Richards and Georgia Wynyard from Tradesman, having their own little tussle. Over on the far side, in lane 2, Jennifer Hoffman from King's Canterbury, trying to get back on terms with the scullers in the middle of the pack, but Olivia van Stauffenberg continues to lead this race by 3 or 4 lengths over the sculler in lane 6. That's Katie Anderson from Yarm, who in turn leads the Reading sculler Isabel Richards, and it's pretty tight between the sculler in lane 2, that's Jennifer Hoffman, and Phoebe Ransom from Latimer Upper in 7. Olivia van Stauffenberg continues to lead this race by 3 to 4 lengths. sculler in lane 6 from Katie Anderson is currently in second place, but they're all winding up for the line, and there's a good little tussle between Phoebe Ransom in 7 and Isabel Richards in 5. That'll be interesting to see what happens, but Olivia van Stauffenberg just crossing the line first, followed by the Arm and the Latimer B scullers and the Reading sculler. And over on the far side from King's Canterbury, Jennifer Hoffman picking up the 5th place, with Emma Tarshish from King's Ely.
15 minutes each for me.
Over on the far side, Isabel Peters from Llandaff just finishing now.
The next semi is would you like me to take? And as the picture changes on the screen, we go to the C final of this, the Championship Girls Single Sculls. They were set off very soon after the D final, and as we gaze back down the course and look at the images coming through, it was spread again. Norwich Rowing Club, lane 4 we have Ella Harris from Reading Rowing Club, her C sculler. Lane 5 we have the American School in London, Grace Bake. Lane 6 we have Anna Buchanan from George Watson, and lane 7 Madeline Pollard from Reading Rowing Club, and Hetty Palmer from Llandaff. And no difficult surnames for me there, and I'm glad I wasn't butchering anyone's names there. So as we come through the 1500 metres, so 500 metres to go, it looks like the sculler from Llandaff in lane 8 may have a slight lead still over the sculler in lane 3 from Norwich, Hattie Basie, but again the angle can be slightly deceiving as who's leading, but I think we can safely say that Hattie's in front of Sophie and Jennifer in lane 1 and 2. Also in lane 4 Ella Harris is lagging behind Hattie, but now where we get to the angle coming in, lane 5, 6 and 7 and 8 are all a bit different, but we've got a good race, and I think probably it is Hetty Palmer from Llandaff leading this one in lane 8, closest to where the television cameras are situated, having a good race over there with Hattie. So Hetty and Hattie leading the way, and the last 250 metres to go. So upsetting the normal routine of things. Yeah, very tidy from Hattie over in lane 3, with a slight lead over, I haven't even mentioned, unfortunately, in lane 5 from the American School in London, Grace. So Hattie leading Grace by about a length. In turn, probably just leading Hetty Palmer from Llandaff, who's got a very strong finish, but probably left herself a bit too much to do, about a length off. So Hattie crossing the line first, followed by Grace, and then in lane 8 Hetty, followed by in turn from Reading Ella crossing the line, Ella Harris, and a very good fight here between Anna Buchanan and Madeline Pollard. I think Anna just scraping home in front. Over on lane 1 from Evesham, Sophie coming in front, just in front of Jennifer Bates, and that concludes the C final for the Championship Girls Single Sculls. And now we go to the D final for the Championship Boys Single.
On the course, race 271, Championship Single Sculls Boys. And this is the D final. 8 scullers They have covered 1,000 meters by now, and I'll just give you the racing list. In 1, Ryan Carney from Merchant Taylors, Jonathan Bruce from RGS High Wycombe in 2, in 3, from Twickenham, Adam Stevenson, in 4, from Northwich Rowing Club, Joshua Burke, from Cambridge 99, Ben Radcliffe Brown in 5, from Doncaster, Thomas Phillips in 6, and from Nottingham, Max Parker in 7, and over in lane 8, closest to us, Tim Eilers from Worcester Rowing Club. And it looks as though Tim Eilers from Worcester Rowing Club leads this race.
Good lad, looking good. Good lad. Wind it up, Josh. Wind it up. Come on, Josh. Wind it up. Good lad, come on. Come on.
So we're coming up past the 1500 metre mark now, coming up to the 1750 metre mark, and Tim Eilers in lane 8 from Worcester. He's leading this race reasonably comfortably, with in lane 7 Max Parker from Nottingham behind him, and then in the middle of the course it looks like Ben Radcliffe Brown from Cambridge 99. But it's quite tight. No, it's not Ben, it's Joshua Burke from Northwich. Apparently it wasn't the most convincing. Tim Eilers continues to lead this race by 3+ lengths over the rest of the field. There's a nice tussle in the middle of the pack between Max Parker from Nottingham and over on the far side in lane 3, Adam Stevenson from Twickenham, and lane 4, Joshua Burke from Northwich. Those two having a good little tussle. There's about half a length, 3/4 of a length between those two, along similar parallel to Max Parker in 7. Those three neck and neck, but Tim Eilers continues to lead this race by 3 or 4 lengths, just coming up quite a strong, tidy stroke, good length. Yeah, good length, rating 32. Just winding up. Just coming out for the fast. The people standing in front of the finish line marker, that's the board which is yellow and black. Can you just move out of the way because the timekeepers can't see it? Thank you, thank you.
Go on, Drew.
So the C final, the Championship Boys Sculls, with the Sculls taking a little bit longer to come down the course. You don't get so long between each race, and actually, as we look back up, the next race behind them has started as well. So lane 1, Scott Smith from Beckett School. Lane 2, Joseph Troyer from the American School in London. Lane 3, Aaron Phillipson from Tyne United Rowing Club. Lane 4, Jude Wilson from Manual School. Lane 5, Fergus Mainland from George Watson's. Lane 6, Sebastian Murray from Buell Bridge. Lane 7, George Cowley from Cardiff Sitting Rowing Club. And lane 8, Max Lewis Williams from Norwich. So 250 metres to go. We've got a very tight race here actually, with Max and what looks like a bit of a tussle with George, and just slightly behind that Sebastian. Also Fergus from George Watson's, I think, is leading, and also over in lane 2 from the American School in London, Joseph Troyer upsetting the apple carts a little bit. So I think we're going to have Jude Wilson, Fergus coming through to cross the line first by the looks of it. And then George Cowley from Cardiff City, and then I'm going to go with Joseph Troyer, solely followed by Max, and then just after that Sebastian Murray. And then again 3 boats all together, with Jude Wilson, Aaron Phillips and Scott Smith crossing the line in that order. What a great race, with a bunch of singles, could be separated by no more than a length between all of them. And the white flag comes out, so well raced, boys. That was a fantastic display of single sculling over 2,000 metres. And back up on the course, we've got the Championship Quad Sculls.
Let's go! Let's go!
That was good. Good race, that one. Where are they?
Yes. They've done it.
Yeah.
So on the course we've got race 273. This is the D final of Championship Quadruple Sculls. This is boys quadruple sculls, D final, and in lane 2, Stowe in lane 3, Ardingly in 4, Derby in 5, Magdalen School in 6, Tyway Scullers School in 7, Bradford, and finishing up in lane 8, RGS Lancaster. And
Really good story.
Good story, Frank.
I think RGS Lancaster lead this race by about a length over Tideway Scullers School in 6. It may only be half a length in it. Tideway Scullers looking the more formidable at the moment, although they're still behind RGS Lancaster. That Scullers quad just whipping up that rate, looking pretty strong, but RGS certainly not letting him get away with it. Good tussle between these two boats. I still think RGS have the edge, and Scullers certainly sculling very well, and it may well be they're closing the gap. Scullers rating 37, 38 at the moment. RGS about a half a pip below them. Good attacking sculling this. Scullers certainly haven't winced in the last 200 metres and look to have taken the edge over RGS Lancaster. And behind them in third position it's Bradford, just ahead of Derby. But as we run up to the line, Scullers have got the edge over RGS Lancaster by about 3/4 of a length. Scullers crossing the line now. RGS Lancaster behind them, and in third we've got over in lane 4 Derby. A few, no, it's Bradford probably by a couple of feet over Derby, and then in the middle of the field we've got Magdalen School, followed by Ardingly, and sadly making up the 7th position is Stowe. Stowe crossing the line now in that D final of Championship Boys Quadruple Sculls, and we have a white flag, so the race stands. The result was that Tybee Scholars School came first, RGS Lancaster second, and just in front of Derby was Bradford Grammar School, followed by Derby, Magdalen School, Ardingly and Stowe.
So the C final now on the course of the Championship Boys Quadruple Sculls. Just another 3 of these C and D finals to go. This one we're talking about the 2 Championship 8 D final and C final, and then we're on to the brass tacks of the J15 girls first 8 B final, so a little bit further on. So what do we got here? Going through about 750 metres gone, we have in lane 8, it looks like RGS Worcester having a bit of a lead over Tiffin School in lane 7, and then we've got Bedford School in lane 6, Hinckley Sculling School lane 5, Wallingford Rowing Club lane 4, Hereford Cathedral School lane 3, and Bristol City in lane 2. I do apologise, we have a little bit of an issue there for the City of Bristol Rowing Club. There's written down on my sheet Bristol City. I know that's the football team, so apologies on that. Back to the race, we have RGS Worcester leading Tiffin School, and the rest of the field by the looks of the pictures we're getting from here down the course over in lane 8. And just coming in shot there, as you can see, we've got a pretty tight race here with these quad sculls. These are the chaps just missing out on the semi-finals, and so coming through about halfway now on the course, we have RGS Worcester leading Tiffin School by about 2 lengths here, I think, and then actually we've got a few boats next to each other. So Tiffin School have about half a length over Bedford School, who again have about half a length over in lane 3, Hereford Cathedral School, and then in turn over lanes 3 and 4, Wallingford and Hinckley Sculling. So good tight race coming down the course, and as we focus in, I think that looks like Tiffin School coming down, or is that RGS Worcester? Can't tell from the front. Yeah, I'm just getting a view. Yeah, RGS from the back of their all-in-ones. They're the people out in front by about a length and a half. Very tidy sculling, as you can see that quad pushing down. A little glance by the bowman just to check how he's doing to the rest of the field, and he'll look across and see absolutely nothing in the way of his view going left to right as he's looking at it. Just over his stroke blade, there's clear water over him and the rest of the field. Glorious, glorious weather and day we have here down at Eton Downey today. We're inside the last 500 metres, I think, now. with RGS Worcester still leading the field from Tiffin School over Bedford School, and then over in lane 3 Hereford Cathedral School. Are they still making a good push of it? When we get our 250 metre to go shot, we will see. So I think we're actually missing a boat. I think City of Bristol didn't start the race. So as we come past 250 metres to go, RGS Worcester, like they have been from the start, in a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Nice close-up with those. We get to see the rest of the field to see where everyone else is. In comparison, Tiffin School is next to them with a slight lead still over Bedford School. And over in lane number 3, we've got Hereford Cathedral School. Have they managed to hang on to Bedford School for this third place in this C final? Are they pushing Tiffin? Let's have a look as they get close to us. I think they might just be being squeezed out by Bedford and Wallingford in lane 4, just pushing out Hinksey Sculling School in lane 5. So passing the commentary tower, RGS Worcester putting a little bit of a spurt just to show off the very well sculled race today. Just crossing the line now, with Tiffin going to cross in second place, and a real tight battle here between Bedford and Hereford. And I think Hereford are just going to squeeze it by a foot or two, but I'll defer to the results board for them. And then Hinksey just managing to overhaul Wallingford in the last few strokes. A great effort from them because they were well out the back of the field. So those are the order they crossed the line in. We're just waiting for the white flag from the umpire, and it's gone up, and that result is official. So on to the, what I've got says Championship 8s, but I think these might be a D final of first 8s here.
Well, the next race is race 275. This is Championship 8's final D. And there are 5 8s in this. Canford School in lane 4, Canterbridgian Rowing Club in lane 5, King's School Worcester in lane 6, Oratory School in lane 7, and Monkton Combe in lane 8. Well, they have started, and there is a picture which looks very nice, but I can't actually get any great information from the picture. Just remember, lane 8 is the, where are we? The south side of the course, the finish tower side. So the majority of anyone who may be listening, Canford School are the nearest crew to you, Canford in lane 4, then Canterbridgian, King's Worcester, Oratory and Monkton Combe. D final of Championships 8s. Well, that's a good picture you got on your screen, and you may not be able to see very clearly up the course. But it does look as though, yes, they're going in lane order, I think. Not sure who we're looking at in this picture. It's a good know that'll be Monkton Combe, I think. They're the only crew that begin with M. Unless, of course, he's put the top on upside down, in which case it's a Wisconsin but Monkton Combe, I don't know where they are in relation to the other crews, because I can't see the other crews, but the Monkton rowing strongly. But I don't think they're in the lead. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Monkton Combe. Once again, the seeding has worked. Monkton Combe are leading, Oratory School second, King's Worcester, then Canterbury, and then Canford. But there's not a lot in it. But Monkton Combe perhaps got a canvas over Canterbury, over Oratory School. Oratory School half a length over King's Worcester. Very difficult to tell from the screen. But anyway, you can see for yourselves. Monkton Combe in lane 8. On this, the south side of the course. And Monkton Combe again across the line first. These 5 championship 8s in the D final. Monkton Combe ahead of Canterbury, who are ahead of King's Worcester, who are ahead of Monkton Combe, who are ahead of the Oratory School. And Monkton Combe have crossed the finish line 1 length ahead of the Oratory School, who are 3/4 of a length ahead of King's Worcester. Then there's a bit of a break, a length and 3/4 behind them. Just Canford School pipped Canterbury Rowing Club, and so that's the order in which they cross the line. We wait to see a white flag from the umpire with a bit of luck. Well, there we are, the D final. No medals, but bragging rights. Monkton Combe beaten Oratory School, beaten King's Worcester, who beat Canford, who beat Canterbury Rowing Club. And the next final is the C final of Championship 8s. Now we got 8 crews in this one. Bedford Modern School in lane 1, Reading Bluecoat School in lane 2, the London Oratory School in lane 3, Norwich School in lane 4, Latimer Upper in lane 5, St Joseph in lane 6, Pangbourne College in lane 7, and Great Marlow School in lane 8. The C final of Championship 8s, race 276 Zebra. And there they are on your screen. But I know from bitter experience that I cannot conclude from that picture who is leading and who is not. Well, as they go past, there was a moment when the camera was at right angle to the course, and quite frankly, in the short time available, I couldn't pick out a leader. They're very, very close together. Not physically, you understand, but there isn't much to choose there, and it was difficult to see if anybody had established any sort of a lead. 8 crews, nothing but bragging rights to come from this race. But as you can see, it looks as though Latimer Upper are dropping back a little bit, but I wouldn't like to bet the house on who's leading, partly because it's not my house. But there will come a moment when the camera is pointing straight across the course as the crews pass, and it will be possible to deduce some sort of form from it. On the far side in lane 1, Bedford Modern School appear to be making some progress, but unfortunately, as the camera came to the right position, everything froze, and we have now decided not to follow that view and just look at one crew, which is Great Marlow School, who are rowing in, I'm sorry, it's Bedford Modern School, beg your pardon, Bedford Modern, on the far side of the course as I'm looking at it, the near side as you probably are. And as the camera pulls back, you can see that it's still, nobody's cracking, they're just not giving in. They're all trying to maintain the a point from which they can attack, although I do think that Great Marlow School are dropping back a bit, and that Pangbourne have the edge over them. Pangbourne, that is, in lane 7. And there's Pangbourne. And now the camera is pulled back a bit. I can see that Reading Bluecoat School have got the edge over Bedford Modern School, and then come London Oratory. But Pangbourne on the far side, well, sorry, your side, the near side for you, lane 7, just showing ahead. They're under pressure from St Joseph. They're also under pressure from Reading Bluecoat, and it's Reading Bluecoat who crossed the line first. They're followed in by Bedford Modern and then London Oratory School. Then Latimer Upper, Norwich School, Pangbourne College, St Joseph, and Great Marlow School. So that was a win for Pangbourne College. Great Marlow School second. St Joseph third. And then fourth London Oratory, fifth Reading Bluecoat, sixth Bedford Modern. Race on the course now is the B final of Junior Under 15 Girls First Eights. Durham Amateur Rowing Club in lane 4, Bedford Modern School in lane 5, St Paul's Girls School in lane 6, Emmanuel School in lane 7 and Bedford Girls School in lane 8. And you can see them going away from the first camera now. And now coming towards the next camera. There's Bedford Girls School, you can see in the picture there with Emmanuel School next to them. Bedford Girls School just a bit up on Emmanuel. And then on the right hand side of your picture, St Paul's Girls School and Bedford Modern, St Paul's showing ahead. And then on the far side, there's Durham Amateur Rowing Club, just gone out of the picture. And what's happened to Durham? Or is that Durham? In fact, it's Durham who are lying fourth, and Bedford Modern School seem to be in a bit of trouble at the back, lying over in lane 5. And here's the full picture on your screen now. Quickly, Bedford Girls' School in lane 8 in the lead. I think St Paul's Girls have got the second place, followed by Emmanuel and or Durham Amateur Rowing Club, who are on the on your side, on the park side of the course. The B final of Junior Under 15 Girls First Eights. Yeah, that was a good picture. Gives you some idea of the effort and the guts being put into a race. And here they come down towards the finish tower now, with Bedford Girls' School in the lead. St Paul's Girls' School lying second. Can't quite see which of Emmanuel and Durham Amateur Rowing Club have got the third place, but Bedford Modern dropped right back. I think they had some sort of problem further back up the course. But Bedford Girls' School have crossed the line. They're 3 lengths ahead of St Paul's Girls, who are 1 length ahead of Emmanuel School, who are a scant length ahead of Durham Amateur Rowing Club. So there was the result, a win for Bedford Girls' School. Second were St Paul's Girls, Emmanuel School third, and then Durham Amateur Rowing Club came in fourth, Bedford Modern School fifth. And the next race is the A final of Junior Under 15 Girls First Eights. And there are 7 crews in this. Surbiton High School in lane 2, Godolphin and Latimer School in lane 3, Sir William Perkins School in lane 4, Lady Eleanor Hollis School in lane 5, Emmanuel School in lane 6, Latimer Upper School in lane 7, and St George's College in lane 8. Those are the 7 Junior Under 15 Girls First Eights in the A final of this event. Which is underway. You may have been gulled into some false sense of calm by the sudden social pictures you saw, but in fact there's a race on the course. Looks to me as if Latimer Upper may have an edge here. But they're well up the course at the moment. Not always easy to work it out, but it does rather look as though Latimer Upper have got the edge with Emmanuel School behind them, and Lady Eleanor Hollis and St George's College. St George's College looked to be a bit off the pace. But I can only see 5 crews there at the moment. Ah, there we are. Spread out the picture and you see the other ones. Yep. Just reassured myself with the naked eye. They're all there, all 7 crews. Now I think that's Latimer Upper you see in your picture there. Yes. St George's College behind them, and Emmanuel School, Lady Eleanor Holly's School. Quite well spread out already. Now what they're they're about 1250 meters now. Well, I'm sure that's a very interesting picture. We want to have a look at the rowing, and there it is. There, I think, is the Latimer Upper 8 who are leading in lane 7. Remember, this is the A final. This is for real medals you can bite. And at the moment, in lane 7, Latimer Upper in the lead, and I think Emmanuel School line second. And then St George's in lane 8, are they holding 3rd place? Because there's Lady Eleanor Hollis also in the hunt, and Godolphin and Latimer in lane 3 are also interested in what's happening, but it's quite clear now that Latimer Upper in lane 7 are, unless there is some appalling accident or a sudden thunderstorm, they're going to win this race and the medals that go with it. Final A of the junior under 15 girls first 8s, and here goes Latimer Upper School coming down. The last 2 strokes there, the finish, and of course subject to the judges and umpires' decision, but this is the order in which they cross the line. Emmanuel School followed, and then St George's College. Those are the first 3 to cross the line. Then come Lady Eleanor Hollis School, Godolphin and Latimer, Sir William Perkins School, and Surbiton High School. Well, that's the result of that one. The A final, junior under 15 girls first 8s, gold medals for Latimer Upper. And following that, the A final of junior under 15 girls coxed 4s. There are three fours in this race. Tideway Scullers School in lane 3, Kingston Rowing Club B in lane 4, Maidenhead Rowing Club in lane 5, Surbiton High School in lane 6, that's their A crew, Henley Rowing Club in lane 7, and Kingston Rowing Club A in lane 8. And this race is on the course. Yeah, there's Kingston Rowing Club. We don't know, they're in lane 8. In fact, well, there we are. I've got the redrawn redraw here in front of me, updated, and you can see from the very useful picture there. Well, you can see that they're all there, but it's not entirely certain who is leading. I think actually that Kingston over here in lane 8 continue to lead, and indeed they do. And it's Henley Rowing Club in lane 7, who are what, a length and a half behind them, and they are ahead of Surbiton High School. There's in fact quite a lot of distance covering those three. Plenty of clear water between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3. And they're in the last 200 meters now. Kingston, barring accidents, are going to win this A final of the junior under 15 girls Cox Fours. So here they come, Kingston, down towards the finish. They will cross the line first, and they do. Kingston Rowing Club A, that was, and they're followed by about 2 lengths behind them by Henley Rowing Club, and 2 lengths behind them, Surbiton High School. Then Kingston Rowing Club B, Tideway Scullers School, and last across the line, Maidenhead Rowing Club.
On the course now is race 280, the junior under 15 Coxed Fours. And in lane 3 we have Bryanston School, lane 4 Windsor Boys School, lane 5 Winchester College, lane 6 Pangbourne College, lane 7 Aberdeen Rowing Association, lane 8 Walton Rowing Club. And at the moment it's quite a tussle between Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association and Walton. Walton were winners at the school Head of the River back in March, but Aberdeen weren't at that race, and it looks to me that Aberdeen have taken this race to Walton from lane 7, and they've picked the pace up in the middle of the course and are leading from lane 7. So it's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, lane 7, who are leading by just over a length from Walton Rowing Club, and a close race between Pangbourne College in lane 6 and Winchester College and Windsor Boys. But it's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in a commanding position, just a length ahead of Walton. Walton will want to push back now if they're going to do anything, and there's a tremendous tussle between Pangbourne College and Windsor Boys out in the middle of the course. So it looks as though Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, if nothing else changes, are going to come to win, but the real race is for the bronze between Windsor Boys and Pangbourne College, and it's Windsor Boys that have just upped their game, taken a rate up in the last 250, and they are in bronze medal position. But here we go, it's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, which, as long as the umpire agrees, they take the gold, with Walton Rowing Club the silver, and from lane 4 Windsor Boys bronze, with Pangbourne just missing out on a medal in 4th position. And it's Winchester College just finishing now in 5th, with Bryanston School coming in 6th. And just started at the top of the course, we have race 281, Junior Under 15 second eights. This is the A final. And in lane 3, Eton College A, lane 4, Radley College, lane 5, Latimer Upper, lane 6, King's College School, lane 7, Norwich School, and lane 8, Hampton School. And from the start, it was indeed Hampton which picked up the pace of the first 250, and they have taken a lead of about a length over Norwich, who are leading King's College School currently in 3rd, and they are being pushed by Latimer Upper. Eton A and Radley just a little being dropped at the moment, but it is early days in this race. So Hampton A still leading by about a length, got a good rhythm going, they've settled very, very well. And the Cox just looking over to his left, having a look at all the other crews, and he can see that at the moment they have a comfortable lead. Latimer Upper have just put a big push in, and just at the 1,000-metre mark, and you can see they've just increased their cadence, and it looks as though they've come through to the bronze medal at the moment. But Eton A also rowing well from lane 3. But still Hampton A leading this junior under 15 second eights by nearly a length. Just trying to cut the cord there so that they can relax into the second half and lean back on the blades, but they've still got a bit to do. Norwich School just maintaining second position from Latimer Upper, who are being pushed strongly by by King's College A. And Eton A and Radley having their own private battle in lanes 3 and 4. But there we see Hampton A leaning back on their blades now. They've still got that length lead. They're still trying to keep their strokes nice and long, leaning right back at the finish, ensuring that they keep that lead over the chasing crews. That's King's College School, who are battling out for bronze. And we'll see, as the camera pans back, we'll see Latimer Upper. We'll see if they've moved. They look as though they're still in the bronze medal position at the moment, so it's still Hampton, followed by Norwich and Latimer Upper bronze, but Eton have pushed off Radley and are beginning to challenge Latimer Upper and Norwich for the medals. And still Hampton A as they come into the last 500 metres, but are being challenged strongly now. They haven't been able to push off as they might have liked. Still got just about a length lead, but they haven't got open water, and it's Norwich pushing them hard together with Latimer Upper, and on the far side it's Eton A pushing through strongly as well. And Radley have come back into this as well. They've not been left behind. They're really pushing strongly, so it's going to be a good race this for the medals. We have Hampton A out in lane 8, who've been in the lead right from the start, but haven't been able to have any sort of dominance over this field at all. And it's Norwich coming back at them and Latimer coming back at them. Latimer have just taken over Norwich, and they've got the silver medal position at the moment, and Norwich are being pressured both by Eton and Bradley College. And we can see it's Hampton A coming in now to take the gold medal. It's going to be very, very close between Latimer Upper and Norwich School. We're going to have to wait for final confirmation there. But it's Radley had a super last 500 there to get 4th from Eton, and it was King's College School who just drifted off there. And a confirmation that Hampton won the gold medal. Latimer by just about a foot over Norwich, who took the bronze medal. An excellent race for the junior under 15 second eights. Still plenty of interest at the National Schools Regatta on this Saturday. Large number of supporters from many different schools, many different clubs, enjoying a warmth but without the blistering sun that we had yesterday. So we've just said hello to Headington School, and we're saying hello now to King's College School Wimbledon. They don't know that they're on camera yet. They've just spotted that. Hello, King's College School. Moving over to the Shiplake tent. I can't see the headmaster over there. Yes, there they are. Give us a wave, Shiplake. Hello. Moving on to Bryanston. I think actually some of the Shiplake parents having a bit of a snooze. Lunch has been all a bit too much for them. Wonderful athleticism there by the spectators. And we're back to King's College School. Cameras seem to love King's College. There they are again. Give us a wave, King's College School. How are you doing? We're just getting a little bit of entertainment there from our supporters whilst the race 282 junior under 15 first eights are getting on to the state boats. And I've just heard from a very nice gentleman here in the commentary box that this race, the junior under 15 first eights, has started once, but the umpire has brought them back for one reason or another. But they are now getting back on to the state boat. Still very, very windy there. You can see the grass is breezing away there, so it's going to be quite difficult for these eights to get nice and straight. Hard work for the cocks, and you can just see bowman and two-man exchanging blades, just trying to get it straight. Whenever you have the eights, particularly at J15 level, and yesterday as we saw with the J14 octuples, the umpires do a fantastic job gently persuading the crews to get straight. They have a huge amount of patience. Meanwhile, we're back at the Shiplake tent. Is anyone awake at the Shiplake tent? No, still snoozing. Hello, oh, that very athletic lady. That is wonderful. One-legged exercise. I just hope that our crews have the same athleticism as that lady. There are nice to wave you. If any of you just could look over the shoulder and say hello to the Shiplake tent, so their headmaster is watching them, and he hopes that some of them at least will watch some of the racing. Meanwhile, back, thank goodness we're back to the racing. We've now started for the second time race 282 junior under 15 first eights. Lane 3 Sir William Borlase School, lane 4 London Oratory School, lane 5 Westminster School, lane 6 Cheltenham College, lane 7 Bedford School, and in lane 8 Norwich School. And it's Norwich School that's taken a flyer out of the blocks, and over the first 150 they've taken a little bit of a lead. They wanted to get out early. They've got the fastest time from the semi-finals, which has meant that they've been given lane 8. They want to create a little bit of dominance from the word go. So it is Norwich School. So as we see there, it's the Norwich School into a good rhythm now. Have taken half a length lead over Bedford School as they go through the 250-metre mark. All crews now would have settled into their race rhythm. And whilst Norwich and Bedford are perhaps slightly ahead of the others, there's a good race between the rest of the schools, the rest of the clubs, William Borley School, London Oratory, Westminster and Cheltenham. But it remains Norwich School who have just taken that half-length lead from the start and are maintaining that over Bedford School. It's a good view from behind the cruise. You can see that Norwich blade work is very smart, same height above the water as they come through, very well coached, and they've settled into a relatively quick rate, so we would be surprised if they're able to keep that rate up throughout the race, but they're trying to create that dominance early on in the race, and they're leading now by about 3/4 of a length over Bedford School. And it looks like Westminster School and Sir William Borley School are looking at the bronze medal position at the moment, but they're being very well chased by London Oratory and Cheltenham. As we come up to this check, it's Norwich School remaining in the lead, but being pushed now by Bedford. Bedford, Bowman having a wee look over just to make sure that they are still involved. And it's what we said, it's Norwich putting on at the 12:50 mark there. They've just put on a bit of a spurt and they really want to get a bit of clear water between themselves and Bedford, so that by the time they get to the second half of the race, that they can really look at the rest of the field and keep that length lead. But they're going to have to work very hard for this, because Bedford are again pushing hard. So William Borley's in the unfavoured lane 3 have rode very well in the first half of this race. London Oratory struggling to keep up with both Westminster and Sir William Borley's, and it looks to be between Sir William Borley's, Westminster, as to who is third at the moment. But it remains Norwich in lane 8 with a lead, and not a comfortable lead, but a lead nonetheless, over Bedford School, with a very close race for third at the moment between Sir William Borley's So there we are, Norwich just opened up clear water in the second half of this race. So it's a length and a half Norwich lead now over Bedford School. So there we see Bedford School pushing hard, because there is a race now on for second and third. Look at that, some great racing here on the Saturday of National Schools Regatta. So we've got Sir William Borley's, Westminster, Cheltenham and Bedford all pushing now. Bedford are in that silver medal position, but any of Cheltenham, Westminster and Sir William Borley's could get that bronze medal. So it's Norwich, a really up-and-coming school programme actually. And Norwich are going to take the gold medal, the umpire agrees, by about a length and a half, and it's Bedford School coming into silver, and third it is going to be Cheltenham College, who have rode a really excellent second half just over Westminster School. So William Borley's found the win very hard going in the middle of that race. They pushed so valiantly on, really threw everything at it. We got very tired in the latter stages, and London Oratory coming in 6th. Excellent race for the junior under 15 first 8s. And on the course now we've raced 283 junior under 15 championship 8s. So this is a pinnacle of the under 15 8s competition today. And in lane 3, Shrewsbury School. Lane 4, Shiplake College. Lane 5, King's College School. Lane 6, Latimer Upper. Lane 7, Radley College. And in lane 8, it's St Paul's School. And it's Radley College and St Paul's School who have started very lively. I would say that Radley College are just ahead of St Paul's School at the moment, who are ahead of Latimer Upper. Shrewsbury School and Shiplake, lanes 3 and 4, the unfavoured lanes because of the wind, putting a lot of effort into the first half of this race. We'll just see how much that effort costs when we come into the final 500. But it's Radley College from lane 7 who have a slight lead over St Paul's School, again who have a slight lead over Latimer Upper. Another terrific race in prospect for the second half. So St Paul's now have come right back at Radley College and have taken a canvas lead over Radley. So it's St Paul's in lane 8 in the lead over Radley, and it's Latimer Upper in third at the moment, but a terrific race for fourth as they're approaching the halfway mark. So really excellent middle bit between 500 and 1,000 for St Paul's, brought them back and through Radley College, and Radley will need to put something back at them now if we're going to have a race in the last 250. But it's these crews now lengthening out. St Paul's still in the lead over Radley College. Latimer Upper still in bronze, but there is a terrific tussle going for fourth, and those two crews, Shiplake College and Shrewsbury School, are beginning to press Latimer Upper for that bronze medal position. Terrific row so far by Shrewsbury School and Shiplake College. But as St Paul's come back into the picture, you'll see that they are remaining in the lead, getting pushed though by Radley, and Radley are not going to let them go. So with 300 to go, and see what's left in the tank, in Radley's tank. If they're going to do anything, they're going to have to do it now. To get to about 200 and they've got a length to do, they're not going to do it. So St Paul's really confidently pushing on now. Radley giving it absolutely everything. Absolute fantastic competition for third here between Shrewsbury School, Shiplake College and Latimer. But St Paul's, having had that terrific piece of rowing between 500 and 1,000, still in the lead. But Latimer, Shiplake and Shrewsbury almost in a line. Terrific. Latimer picked up the pace. They're in the bronze medal position, but as they come last 5 strokes, an absolutely wonderful race for St Paul's School as they come and they cross the line there in first place. In second it is Radley College, and in third, after a terrific tussle, it's going to be Latimer Upper, and so close for fourth. It's going to be so close, and we're going to have to wait for the final confirmation between Shiplake College, King's College School and Shrewsbury School. A really terrific race. Well done. So I've had confirmation now that Shiplake College were just, it must have been a 6-inch lead over Shrewsbury School with King's College School, and then just a third of a length behind. A terrific race by these guys, worthy of a Championship 8 final.
Well, the race now on the course is race 284. This is the A final of Junior Under 16 Girls First Eights. In lane 2, St Edward's School. In lane 3, St Paul's Girls School. In lane 4, Emmanuel School. In lane 5, Henley Rowing Club. In lane 6, Latimer Upper School. In lane 7, Headington School. And in lane 8, Enniskillen Royal Boat Club. And things not going at all against according to the script here, because Enniskillen in the favoured lane 8 have rather dropped out of this one. There is a terrific race going on between the remaining crews. I mean, there's Headington School showing out in front. Headington always producing classy, well coached, tidy eights, and they've got a bit of clear water over Latimer Upper School. Latimer Upper are half a length up on Henley Rowing Club. Those are the first three in this race. On the far side, St Edward's School is not out of it, nor is Emmanuel. But they're now, what, about 1,000 metres in. And I would like to be sure from the picture in front of me exactly who is in the lead. I think that Headington School are maintaining their lead over Henley Rowing Club, with Latimer Upper in between the two of them. But on the far side, St Paul's Girls School is also pressing. And there's some very good racing going on here. Highly competitive. These junior under 16 girls, these are their first eights, and they've been taught how to race. And look at that. Very little in it. A tight race going on. Headington School nearest to you in lane 8, and they're just ahead with Henley Rowing Club lying second, but about a quarter of a length behind them, Latimer Upper, and then behind Latimer Upper, St Paul's Girls School. But Headington School have put in a bit of a firm burst, and they have stamped their shape on this race. They are well in the lead, and they're coming down now in the last 200 metres, and it looks as though they're going to be the ones who cross the line first. Race still going on. Second place, I think Latimer Upper, but who's going to get the third? Tight racing going on here. Henley Rowing Club pressing, trying to get the second place off Latimer Upper. Headington School look comfortable in their first position, and they're going to come down towards the finish now. Headington School with clear water over Latimer Upper. Latimer Upper half a length ahead of Henley Rowing Club, and Henley Rowing Club just a smidgen ahead of Enniskillen Royal Boat Club, who rode a very determined final 500 metres to get back in touch as they did. Crossing the line now, St Edward's School, I'm sorry, not St Edward's School, St Paul's Girls School are going to be followed in by Emmanuel School, and then St Edward's School. And on the course now, another A final, junior under 16 second eights. Shrewsbury School in lane 3, Radley College lane 4, Hampton School lane 5, Bedford School lane 6, St Paul's School in lane 5, and Eton College A in lane 8. What you see there is the Headington School 8 expressing a certain satisfaction at just having won their final, and who can blame them? A very nicely rowed race. And here we have Junior Under 16 second 8's A final, and there, as you see, the names of the crews on the screen, if you can read them from where you are. Eton College on this side, taken an early lead, and they've got clear water over St Paul's School in lane 7, so that the pattern of this race is fairly well set out already. This is A final, Junior Under 16 second 8's. And lying in third place, Bedford School. And Hampton School vying with Bedford for third place. Radley a little further back, but Shrewsbury are in lane 3 are also up with the certainly the second echelon. In fact, they are just leaving Radley a bit behind. Radley again have to do something fairly positive to make sure that they make an impression on this race. Meanwhile, Eton College in lane 8 remain in the lead, and it looks as though Hampton have put in a push and are now beginning to threaten Eton. They're certainly lying in second place with St Paul's School. Eton fairly comfortably ahead. Hampton now just lying second. Unfortunately, I can't see the others because the camera was following the leading crew. But here, nearest to the camera, Eton College, and you can see that Hampton, 3 lanes away from them in lane 5, have definitely taken second place. This is the A final, Junior Under 16 second 8's, and lying third, St Paul's School. But Eton comfortably ahead. Eton have crossed the line now with oodles of course to spare between them and the next crew. St Paul's School, and then following them in third place, Hampton School, followed by Bedford School. So the order in which they cross the line, and we wait of course for confirmation, is Eton, St Paul's, Hampton, Bedford, and then Radley and Shrewsbury, 5th and 6th. The white flag's gone up, so that there is the result of the A final of Junior Under 16 second 8's for the 2017 National Schools Regatta. Eton College beat St Paul's School, and third were Hampton School. On the course now, this is the B final of Junior Under 16 Championship 8s. We King's College School in lane 2, St George's College in lane 3, Bedford School in lane 4, Dulwich College in lane 5, Abingdon School in lane 6, Enniskillen Royal Boat Club in lane 7 and Hampton School in lane 8. Junior Under 16 Championship 8s, B final. There they are on the screen. Do we think that Hampton in lane 8 have taken a lead? Certainly Bedford in lane 4 and King's College School in lane 2 are all in contention as well. Hampton lane 8, nearest the camera. Are they in the lead? They're being pressed by Enniskillen, but it's Hampton who lead. Enniskillen quarter of a length down, and then, well, how would you choose a third? I think third is Abingdon School at the moment. And there they all are. Everybody, I think everybody in with a chance still. Nobody has been dropped off, left behind. But Hampton in the favoured lane, lane 8, having earned it with their efforts in the semi-finals. But keep an eye on King's College School over in lane 2. But Enniskillen Royal Boat Club also keeping the pressure on. Hampton, Enniskillen. No, they are very close together. Hampton and Enniskillen. Hampton are not going to have an easy time of this. They're being pressed all the time by Enniskillen Royal Boat Club. These two rather leaving the rest of the race behind. And here they come. That's a great sight, isn't it? There's some really good racing going on here. Some keen competitive rowing. I think that Enniskillen might have the edge over Hampton. They're coming into the last few strokes of this hard-fought race. And Hampton really turning on the burn to see if they can catch Enniskillen at the line. Oh, I'm not going to guess. As far as I'm concerned, Enniskillen and Hampton cross together. And then Abingdon School crossed after them, then Bedford School, then I'm going to leave it to the judges. But between Enniskillen and Hampton, very difficult. Hampton put in a tremendous 10 at the end of this race. And Hampton did it. The official result is that wait a minute, sorry, we have no white flag yet. We have now the result of the B final of Junior Under 16 Championship 8s was that Hampton School were first, just ahead of Enniskillen Royal Boat Club, and third were Abingdon School.
So on the course now is the A final of the Junior Under 16 Championship 8s. In lane 2 we have Moncton Combe, lane 3 Westminster School, lane 4 Shiplake College, lane 5 Radley College, lane 6 Shrewsbury School, lane 7 St Paul's School, lane 8 Eton. And as you can see, it is Eton College, half a length lead over St Paul's School, who themselves have about half a length over Shrewsbury School, who are in a really tight tussle with Radley College. Lane 3 Westminster School in 4th, just ahead of Shiplake College. Moncton Combe 6th at the moment. So as we see them coming up the course, as they're approaching halfway, it remains Eton College in lane 8 in the lead by half a length over St Paul's School, and that terrific tussle for 3rd at the moment between Westminster, Radley and Shrewsbury. Eton College rowing very well, very comfortably, keeping that lead over St Paul's, but St Paul's just put a bit of a dig in there. They're approaching the 400 mark. This is where St Paul's, if they're going to grab that gold medal from Eton, this is where they'll need to put it in. They're pushing really well. Half a length up, a little bit of ragged rowing from Eton will have slowed them down a bit, and St Paul's have got their dander up and they're pushing hard. And again, a terrific race for the bronze medal between Westminster School, Radley College and Shrewsbury School, all in the line at the moment. And Shrewsbury School have reacted to their stroke man and they've upped the rate, and that's taken them about a 1/3 of the length up. But look at St Paul's School coming back at Eton. Terrific final 250 metres. St Paul's really digging in and Eton College are holding on, and it looks as they come to the final 5 strokes, they've just got enough to keep it there, and it's Eton who crossed the line first with St Paul's second, and that terrific tussle, it's going to be Shrewsbury just ahead of Radley, who are ahead of Westminster, with Shiplake College coming in 6th and Moncton Combe 7th. Just another terrific race on the Saturday of National Schools Regatta.
The final underway for the Jim Mason Plate is the final of the girls' cocked fours. Lane number 1, Molesey Boat Club. Lane 2, George Heriot School. Lane 3, Putney High School. Lane 4, St George's College. 5, Bedford Modern School. Lane 6, Surbiton High School. And in lane number 7 is Godolphin Latimer. Clean start by all crews, and as you can see, not very much to choose between them as they head up now. 300 metres gone. Godolphin lane 8 and Bedford Modern in lane number 5. seem to be heading the field at the moment. Mozzie on the far side in lane number 1 seem to be showing pretty well, and it's lane 5, Bedford Modern School, with a slight advantage at the moment, I would say. But doing a good job over in lane 1, it is Molesey Boat Club, as they pass now. It is in fact Godolphin Latimer that have a lead, and the camera angle there a bit deceiving. It's Godolphin Latimer ahead of Bedford Modern, then Surbiton High School in 3rd. In 4th it's St George's College. Final of the girls' Cox Fours. This is for the George Mason Plate. Current holders are Emmanuel School, but leading it's Godolphin Latimer in lane number 7. Ahead of Bedford Modern, with Surbiton and St George's having a battle for 3rd and 4th. And at the bottom of the screen, it's still Godolphin Latimer that lead, ahead of Bedford Modern, as they go through the halfway. Surbiton coming under pressure now from St George's. In lane number 1, it's Molesey, who are having a bit of a push here. So we've gone through 12.50 now. Latimer sorry, not Latimer, but Godolphin Latimer have a lead of 2 lengths. Bedford Modern and then Surbiton High School. Surbiton High School have the overlap. So that's the 1, 2, 3 as they've gone past the halfway mark now. Final of the girls' Cox 4, and it's still Godolphin Latimer leading as they have off the start, with Bedford Modern in 2nd. Looks from this angle as if the bronze medal spot is still very much up for grabs. Surbiton High School under pressure from Molesey in lane 1, and also St George's College. About 300 metres to go, and it's still Godolphin who have the lead. Godolphin out in front. Second place is Bedford Modern. They've gone through 1750, so they've got 250 metres to go and they're way out in front. But the race really on for third spot. And it could well be George Heriot's here that are having a push. It looks very much as if Surbiton still have the advantage. Surbiton have just put on a bit of a push here. They're being chased hard, however, by St George's College and also Lane 2 George Heriot's. Closing stages then, it's Godolphin Latimer heading towards the finish line. Bedford Modern in second spot, and in third it is Surbiton, who held off the challenge. Godolphin Latimer across the line first, then it's Bedford Modern, and then Surbiton High School. Next across is St George's College, George Heriot's, Putney High School, and Molesey. And the result of the girls' Cotswold for the Jim Mason Plate was a gold medal for Godolphin Latimer in lane number 7, bronze to Bedford Modern School, lane 5, and Surbiton High School pick up the bronze, third position in lane 6. Now the final of the first Cox Fours for the Fours Cup. Lane 1 is Kingston Grammar School. Lane 2 is William Borlase. Lane 3, Monmouth School. In lane number 4 is Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Lane 5, Hinksey Sculling School. Lane number 6 is St George's College. And lane 7 is Tideway Scullers School. And this race coming into the last 500 metres. And the two crews out in front, Tideway Scullers and St George's College. Hinksey look like they've been dropped, so in third spot it's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. Tideway Scullers and St George's battling it out for the first spot. Back in third is Aberdeen Schools. And here we are coming up to the closing stages. It's Hinksey. No, sorry, it's St George's College. St George's College, Tideway Scullers. St George's and Tideway. A real battle here for the finish. Not much in this one at all. St George's having a real push and the rate is going up, and both these crews sprinting now flat out for the line. The last half a dozen strokes, not much in this at all. And St George's just crossed the line ahead of Tideway Scullers. Aberdeen Schools crossing third. Hinksey in fourth. Monmouth fifth. Sir William Borlase. And then finally Kingston Grammar School. The result of the first Cox Falls as a win for St George's College ahead of Tideway Scholars School, and the bronze medal going to Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association.
Here we go then. Go on, Van. Come on, Stevie. Yes, Sarah. People a year above going to America apart from like that.
Race 290 on the course now. This is the final of the Championship Girls Single Sculls. Rebecca Welch, Isle of Ely in lane 1. Sarah Brunsberg from the American Schools London in lane 2. Annabelle Stevens, Reading Rowing Club in 3. Lane 4, Holly Dunford, Molesey Boat Club. Lucy Glover, Warrington Rowing Club in lane number 5. Lane number 6, Phoebe Campbell, Exeter University. Hannah Scott, Ban Rowing Club in lane 7, and Zoe Adamson from Gloucester Hartbury is in lane 8. And it looks as though Sarah Brunsberg, American Schools London, has the lead at the moment. I beg your pardon, it's Hannah Scott who has the lead at the moment in lane 7, ahead of Zoe Adamson, Gloucester Hartbury. But a close thing, this, between the boats in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Up front is Hannah Scott from Ban Rowing Club. She's got just over a length's lead. And they're coming through now with less than 250 metres to go. Lane 7, Hannah Scott, Ban Rowing Club, leading by just over a length from Zoe Anderson, Gloucester Hartbury. 3rd position at the moment looks like Lucy Glover is in bronze. She's coming under pressure, however, from the sculler from Molesey Boat Club, Holly Dunford. The final few strokes, it's Hannah Scott of Ban Rowing Club with a couple of lengths lead over Zoe Adamson, Gloucester Hartbury. And then it's Lucy Glover of Warrington Rowing Club, being pushed all the way by Holly Dunford, Molesey Boat Club. Lucy Glover crossing the line now, ahead of Holly Dunford. And then the 5th space, very close here, between Exeter University's Phoebe Campbell and Sarah Brunsberg, Annabelle Stevens, and then Rebecca Welch. The result of the Championship Girls Single Sculls was a win for Hannah Scott of Ban Rowing Club. In silver position was Zoe Adamson, Gloucester Hartbury. and Lucy Glover of Warrington Rowing Club picks up the bronze. Boys' turn now. This is the championship single sculls. Windsor Boys School in lane 1, Minerva Bath in 2, Cambridge 99 in 3, Itchen Imperial 4, Broxbourne 5, lane 6 Alexander Milne Glasgow Academy, lane 7 is Tyler Scow of the American Schools, and it's Lawrence Joss in lane number 8 with a lead of about a length and a half coming into his last half a dozen strokes. Looks like he will take the gold medal. Ahead of Tyler Scow, a real fight on for third. Charles Newbon, Matthew Day. And it looks as if it could be Matthew Day of Broxbourne that picked up the bronze medal there. We let you have the official result. And the result of the final of the championship single sculls was a gold medal to Lawrence Joss of Tideway Scholars School, silver medal to Alexander Milne of Glasgow Academy, and the bronze medal, third position, Matthew Day of Broxbourne Rowing Club. Second quadruple sculls final, lane 1 Kings Worcester, 2 RGS Lancaster, 3 Bristol City, 4 is Leander B. Lane number 5 Maidenhead Rowing Club, lane 6 is Leander A. You got a shot there of Leander A with the stroke Matt Peters ahead of Maidenhead Rowing Club. They're being chased down by Leander B. But it's Leander A. Have a lead here as they're coming through with the last 20 strokes. Maidenhead putting on a real good spurt here, but it looks very much as if Leander A are going to hold off the challenge from Maidenhead, with Leander B back in third position and crossing the line now by about 3/4 length. It is the Leander A across the line ahead of Maidenhead. Leander B finishing third. City of Bristol cross the line now in fourth. And just about to finish now, it's RGS Lancaster and then Kings Worcester. And the result of the second quadruple sculls is a win for Leander A. In second place it was Maidenhead Rowing Club, and in third position Leander B. Now we have the final of the championship quadruple sculls. In lane 1 it's Westminster School, lane 2 Kings Worcester, lane 3 Gloucester Hartbury, lane 4 Maidenhead Rowing Club, lane 5 is Clare's Court, lane number 6 is Leander Club, And in lane 7 it's Windsor Boys School. Yeah, really not easy to see from this angle, but if you look up at the big screen, it looks like Maidenhead could have an early lead over Windsor Boys, then Leander. In fact, there's not much to choose between the 3 leading crews here. Maidenhead in lane 4, Windsor Boys lane 7, and then Leander in lane 6. Dropping back there into 4th place, Clare's Court School. And then we have Gloucester, Hartbury, Kings Worcester and Westminster. So the 3 leading quads here, Windsor Boys, Leander and Maidenhead. Just under now 500 metres to go. And it looks like Windsor Boys have the lead ahead of Leander and Maidenhead. So it's Windsor Boys, Leander and Maidenhead pretty much level back in 2nd position, but Windsor Boys only about a quarter of a length up. There's not much to choose then between Leander and Maidenhead, and we're in for a cracking finish here as we got just under 250 metres to go, and the sprint is on for the finish. Windsor Boys in lane 7, inside them it's Leander, and they're both these crews. Maidenhead in the middle, winding it up for a big finish, and this is going to be very tight indeed. Windsor Boys, Leander, Maidenhead. Windsor Boys on this side, and it's Windsor Boys who lead over Leander, Leander lead Maidenhead, and as they cross the line it's Windsor Boys ahead of Leander and then Maidenhead. So the winners of the Forest Cup for the Championship Quadruple Sculls were the Windsor Boys School, silver medal Leander Club, and Maidenhead Rowing Club collect the bronze.
So as you can see, just approaching the 1,000 metre mark, the Championship Girls 8 on the course for the Ailings Challenge Cup. In lane 1, Great Marlow School, lane 2, Pangbourne School, lane 3, Sir William Borlase School, lane 4, Glasgow Academy, and lane 5, St Paul's Girls. And this is the B final, this one, sorry, not the A final, the B final for the Championship Girls 8. I've just been informed actually there's no one in lane 2, no Pangbourne College, so we have 4 boats only on the course, as you can see on the big screen. Just going past 1,000 metres, it looks like we have Glasgow Academy or St Paul's Girls in lane 5 with a slight lead at this point, and just coming to the second half of the race now. These girls fighting it out for the winners of this B's final, so bragging rights from the championships category, which we will see straight after this one, the main medals. So as we come up to the penultimate or third 750 metres to go, it was indeed Glasgow Academy with a very, very short lead over St Paul's Girls. So William Borlase next, and then Great Marlow Schools. It's a very tight race. We seem to have everyone within about a third of a length of each other. So all to play for in the closing 600 metres or so that they've got to row. Very becalmed lake as you gaze down with the sun setting. A little bit of a glow in the distance, and 4 girls 8s battling it out over no more than probably half a length by now. If someone's maybe put in a push, we can see all the girls with a strong rating. If you're going to want to get in those top 3 places, going to need to put a move in now. So it's up to the Coxes, the race plan, what the coaches have put together to see how this one's going to play out. The form book said it should be Glasgow or St Paul's Girls, so we'll see how we do when we come to the next one. I think by the looks of it, Sir William Borlase have dropped out the back of this one a little bit. Maybe as the last 500 metres they've just gone through, a couple of pushes have come on. Have they been able to respond? And Great Marlow, Glasgow and St Paul's look like they're the ones in contention at this stage as they come up to the last kind of 400 metres or so to go. One of our penultimate camera points. We'll get a really good look as they go past the Pangbourne 10 turn the far side. So I think we've got Glasgow Academy leading Great Marlow School, who look like they're also leading the girls from St Paul's Girls and Sir William Borlase. So 250 metres to go. Glasgow Academy lead a quarter of a length, Great Marlow School. And in that third place at the moment, we do actually have Sir William Borlase over St Paul's Girls in lane number 5 over here, closest to us. So not many strokes to go, 30 strokes or so before the end of the race. It's going to be a tight finish, but I think the girls from Glasgow have done enough over the first half of the race to be out in front at the halfway point and hold on to that lead. Great Marlow School whipping up the rate. St Paul's Girls, if they want to stay in this fight, are going to have to increase their rating. Here they go. The Cox drives them hard. Are they going to be able to hold on to that from Sir William Borlase? Great Marlow seems to be coming hard at Glasgow Academy. I think Glasgow have done enough to stay in front with about no more than 5 strokes to go. It's just a canvas, no more. Glasgow over Great Marlow School, half a length back to Sir William Borlase, and again half a length back to St Paul's Girls. What a great race that was. Very, very close. So crossing the line first was Glasgow in lane 3, and then Great Marlow School in lane 1, followed by Sir William Borlase School, and the 4th boat to cross the line was St Paul's Girls School. I'm just waiting. There's a white flag, and I can confirm that was the result that we had. Let's go back up the course as the next race, which is the Girls Championship 8s, is on the course. We've got Henley Rowing Club in lane 1, Marlow Rowing Club lane 2, Headington School lane 3, Lady Eleanor Hollis School lane 4, Beckett School lane 5, and Henley Rowing Club lane 6, and Headington School in lane 7. Henley Rowing Club and Headington in lane 3 are both second 8s. So they are vying it out for the best girls second 8, having got into the final that way. And Henley Rowing Club in lane 6 and Headington in lane 7 are battling it out for the championship 8 with the crew from Marlow and crew from Lady Eleanor Hollis. If this sounds a little bit confusing, it is. I will do my best to call the race as it is and give you an idea over who wins the second 8s as well as the championship 8s. But there we go. We have 2 second eights in lane 1 and lane 3. Lane 2, 4, 5, 6 and 7 are all championship eights. So these girls have done very, very well from Henley and Headington to get into the fastest 8 boats of the championship girl eights. And to form, we seem to have Headington and Henley in lane 7 and 8, 7 and 6. I'm going to call them Henley A in lane 6 and Headington A in lane 7, so we don't try and get too confused. And they seem to be leading the race. We're through 1,000 meters, over halfway, race plans kicking in, who's stronger, who's going, and this looks like it's a great race between Henley and Headington. So we probably have no more than about, I don't know, I'd like to say about a quarter of a length, if at all, between them. There's not much to separate these two great crews that seem to be there. So coming through about a canvas. Headington have a lead of about a canvas with 750 meters to go, and they have a clear water back to the rest of the field. So let me just remind you that Beckett School, as we focus on the rest of the field, still have the bronze medal in their possession, but also in lane 3 and lane 1 we also have the Headington B boat and the Henley B boat, or the second eights, vying it out for who gets the gold and the silver in that one. So around 500 meters to go now. As we approach that mark, we have Headington and Henley Rowing Club in lane 7 and 6 leading the way, and in the battle for the second eight supremacy, Henley over there in lane 1 and Headington over there in lane 3 are the two that are the real interesting ones. These two crews, the Henley A and the Headington A, unsurprisingly have the two fastest second eights as well. And these two at the front, the two championship girls eights, have a clear water over the rest of the field. We're coming to our penultimate camera position, and we'll get a real good feed about how this race has changed over the last 500 meters or so. That middle 500, very, very important as to how that works out. It looks like this is going to be a race down to the wire. I'd say Headington in front by about a canvas again, maybe a little bit more, maybe more, about a quarter of a length over the girls from Henley Rowing Club, just on the left of them. And there we go, about a quarter of a length as we go past that timing mark. 250 meters to go, coming into view. And we also have, remember, this tussle for third place between Beckett School and Lady Eleanor Hollis, which is very, very close at the moment. And also over there in lane 2 we have Marlow Rowing Club, who are also fighting it out. Don't forget lanes 1 and lane 3, who are fighting it out for that second championship girls 8. So every single boat in contention to get a medal here right now. We know that Henley B and Headington B, or the second eights, are going to get medals. What colour they are, we'll have to find out. But the real fight for this championship girls 8, Headington, who are the holders, also are going to cross the line first by the looks of it. They're about a quarter, half a length up. They've stretched their lead out. They cross the line in front of the rowers from Henley, and there is clear water, a chasm between this fight for bronze medal. Look at this. We've got Beckett School and Lady Eleanor Hollis School rowing it out. There's about a couple of feet in this. This is going to be an absolute close one. It looks like Beckett's have just squeezed in front of the girls from LEH and maybe have got themselves a bronze medal for confirmation. And then Marlow are just going to hold off Headington. Headington beating off by a length the girls from Henley School for the second eights. So we've got 5 medals being given out in that race. We're just waiting. There's the white flag, and I can confirm that Headington School retain the championship girls 8s. In second place we have Henley Rowing Club, their silver medal, and in third place the rowers from Beckett School rowed a great race against LEH, and then Headington second 8 as well as Henley got a silver and a gold medal in the girls second 8s. Back up the course now, we can see I've got boats on, and we have the second and third 8s final. Again, we have a bit of a mixture and a medley of the fastest boats from each of the second and third 8s. So and we're actually ahead of schedule now. I've just pointed out, as they're already on the course. a long way down, as you can see. So in lane 1, a second 8, we have Dulwich College. In lane 2, King's College School, a second 8. In lane 3, Reading Bluecoat School, a second 8. In lane 4, Eton B, a third 8. In lane 5, Shiplake College, a third 8. And in lane 6, King's Chester, a second 8. And in lane 7, Shrewsbury, a third 8. So this one may get a little bit confusing as the last one. So we have 4 second 8s and 3 third 8s contesting the medals here. So we will try and keep this as unconfused as possible. And when we look up the course, it looks like we've got the rowers from Reading Bluecoat School, the second 8, probably vying with the rowers from Shrewsbury School, the third 8, and another second 8, King's Chester in lane 6. No, I don't seem to have.
Well done, guys.
So we don't have King's College School, I've been reliably informed, for this one. So we'll do our best to call this out as we can see it. And out in front, I think we've got the rowers from Reading Bluecoat School, who are in lane 3 by the looks of it. So going past our position,
Cracking stuff.
so it's a bit confused as to where we are. So we have King's Chester, I believe, in the lead. Then we have the rowers from what looks like Eton College in front of Shiplake College, and again second and third 8s all mixed up. Dulwich College have moved over from lane 1 in the programme to lane 2, as we don't have any King's College School. So we've got King's Chester leading the way in front of Eton, in front of Shiplake. Reading Bluecoat School, I think, are slightly behind the way. And then we have Dulwich College with them as well. And then back in lane 7 we have Shrewsbury. But you've got to remember that King's College are racing Reading Bluecoat School and Dulwich School. And then we have Eton College at the third 8s, who are in front of Shiplake College in the third 8s, who are also racing with Shrewsbury in lane 3. So 250 metres to go. Eton College seem to be leading the way with a small lead over King's Chester. So a great showing by the third 8 there from Eton College, who are leading Shiplake College, who are having a good old tussle with Reading Bluecoat School and Dulwich College. Shrewsbury School a little way off the pace. So it looks like Eton College will come out on top of the third 8s. It looks like King's Chester are going to come out on top of the second 8s, with Shiplake College coming second in the third 8s, and Reading Bluecoat School coming second in the second 8s, and Dulwich College look like they'll come third in the second 8s, and Shrewsbury look like they'll come third in the third 8s. I hope everyone has got that. So Eton College crossing the line first, King's Chester crossing the line second, Shiplake crossing the line third, Reading Bluecoat School crossing the line fourth, Dulwich College crossing the line fifth, and Shrewsbury College crossing the line sixth. And that was the B finals of the second and third 8s. So we've got to do it all again. So we're just waiting. We have a question from the boys in lane 7. So we're just waiting for confirmation on that. We're waiting for a white flag still. So as there is one third eight in the A final, the first and second third eight should get a medal in that one. So we're probably looking at Eton B and Shiplake College getting the third eight medals from that heat. Let's go back up the course to some live racing. We'll wait confirmation of that race from the umpire when we see a white flag going up. And this is the A final of the second and third eights. Lane 1, Eton College A. This is a third eight, the only one in the heat, so this should make things a little bit easier. Lane 2, Abingdon School. Lane 3, Radley. Lane 4, Hampton School. Lane 5, Shiplake College. Lane 6, St Paul's School. Lane 7, Shrewsbury School. And lane 8, Eton College. And from the early pictures we saw Eton College had a commanding lead over the rest of the field, good 3/4 of a length as they're approaching the what looks like 750 metres gone, 1,000 metre mark as we see the pontoons pulling in. This is 8 boats across, so a lot of oars going across here, which is great to see. Full complement of 8s battling it out, going down this course with a lovely view and lovely weather that we've had today, and I think will continue tomorrow. So Eton College leading the field, and then I think you can throw a handkerchief over the rest of the field to work out who's coming in for those minor medals. So we've got Eton College leading the way as we are just through the 1,000 metre mark. Looks like Shrewsbury School in second place. It's closely followed by, it's so close, it's so difficult to tell. So Eton College, I can confirm, are leading the way with 750 metres to go. Shrewsbury School is in second place, and then followed by, if the camera will hold on and let me see, no it won't, flick back across, and it looks like St Paul's School next, and then Hampton following on straight from then. So that was very good camera work by the team, thank you very much. So a lovely vista on the screen there. So Eton College with Shrewsbury School in second place, and it looked like St Paul's School being chased closely by Hampton School. Shiplake and Radley and Abingdon weren't out of it either. I think this is going to be a cracking finish, so if you've got a crew in this race, get on down to the bank, give them a cheer, because they'll need your help certainly. I'm not sure anyone's going to have anything left in the tank to catch Eton. They're rowing very well by the looks of it, but as I said, you can throw a handkerchief over the rest of the field. There looks like from the pictures Abingdon might be fading slightly, with Radley Radley fading slightly, Abingdon staying strong. And I can confirm the last race we've still waiting. I think we've finally had a white flag from then. Eton College, the second 8, is coming through very nicely in the lead as we go with 250 metres to go. Then back to St Paul's, Shrewsbury School, sorry. And then I think we've got a bit of a tussle with Shiplake College, St Paul's and Hampton all in a row. Not much to separate between them. So Eton College, Shrewsbury School. Then we have a fight on our hands for the other 3 minor placings. Who's going to get that bronze medal? Who is it going to be? Is it your school? If so, get down and give them a shout. Shiplake seem to be coming very strongly. Their rate's just gone up. They look like they're leading Hampton by a small amount. Can they catch the rowers from St Paul's School? Eton College with a commanding lead of a length still as we come into the last 10 or 15 strokes. Shrewsbury School are holding off Shiplake College. Can they hold off the lead of Hampton? Shiplake seem to have gone through the rowers from St Paul's. This is going to be a very tight race. Eton College crossing the line. with Shrewsbury School about to follow them. Shiplake College, have they done enough to hold off the rowers from St Paul's? It seems like they have. Shiplake College crossing in that third place. St Paul's, that awful position of fourth, holding off Hampton, their friends on the Tideway. Eton College on the far side, their third eight, doing very well in a field full of second eights. Radley College followed by Abingdon School. So that was the result from that one. We're just waiting on confirmation from the umpire. There's the white flag. So Eton College followed by Shrewsbury School and Shiplake College with the 1, 2, 3 there. And congratulations to Eton College third eight as well, being the fastest third eight on the far side. And we go back up to the start, and we've got some boats off. We've got the Championship 8s B final. The B final, so we've got some Championship 8s mixed in with some first 8s. So this will be the winner of the Charles Beale. So the first 8 that comes top in here will take the Charles Beale prize, and then you've also got a couple of Championship 8s thrown in for the mix as well. King's College School Wimbledon in lane 1, King's Chester lane 2, Enniskillen Royal Boat Club in lane 3, Dulwich College lane 4, St Edward's School lane 5, Bedford School lane 6, Abingdon School lane 7, and Molesey Boat Club lane 8. So we look like we've gone past about 500 metres now, and it's a great sight to see all these boys rowing all the way across the eight lanes of racing that we've got going on here. And it looks very tight off the first 500 metres. You normally can't separate the schools very well when you look at these crews going through here. So Molesey Boat Club on the near side to us here, and Abingdon seem to be making the go of it to start with. Abingdon slightly in front of Molesey as they go through, who have a small lead over Bedford School, and then St Edward's School with a yellow hat in the number 2 seat, our chap from earlier in the time trial. Dulwich College, King's Chester, Enniskillen, King's College Wimbledon making up the rest of the field. And as we pan back to that beautiful shot looking down the course with Molesey just out of shot, and the first 8s in this heat are King's College School lane 1, Enniskillen lane 3, Dulwich lane 4, Bedford School lane 6, and Molesey Boat Club lane 8. So those are where the medals will come from in this race. And then it's a straight shootout in the Championship 8s afterwards, which makes things a bit easier to work out where the medals are coming from. So 750 metres gone, approaching the halfway point now. Got to make sure that we've got some tidy blades, and the rowers from Dulwich College having a bit of a messy catch there, so that might be slowing them down. You want to be as tidy as you can going through, looking across to Abingdon and Bedford School. They seem to have much tidier blade work, which is what you want. And we've got Molesey Boat Club and Abingdon School in the near side who are making the running of it. Then have Bedford School, St Edward's School, Dulwich College in the middle. It seems like King's Chester have been dropped out the back a little bit with King's College School. They've got their own race going on in lane 1 and 2. And Enniskillen in lane 3 seems to be making good running of this. Coming up towards just past the halfway point. We're looking at across, and we'll get a nice shot coming down the course, looking across the line. We can see if we hold there, we've got Molesey leading Abingdon, who've got a lead over Bedford School, then St Edward's School, followed swiftly by Enniskillen, Dulwich College, then King's Chester and King's College School bringing up the 8th boat there. So we've got a really interesting spread going across that. Molesey Boat Club leading the way in the first 8s with Bedford School in that silver medal position, and then it looks like Enniskillen in lane 3 has that bronze medal for the Charles Beale first 8s. That's not quite how they map up though. We've got Abingdon and St Edward's School thrown in the mix there as well, just to confuse everyone, including myself. But we've got a really great rowing race going on here, and it seems like Molesey have taken a commanding lead. They had a very long strokes. Molesey having a great form and moving the boat very efficiently. Got a slight lead over Abingdon School just inside them in lane 7. Bedford School is the next boat across, who are having a good old ding-dong with St Edward's School as well. Enniskillen in lane 3 might get forgotten, as there's a bit of space between them and St Edward's and the 4 boats out in the lead. So what can they do? How can they pick their game up and upset the apple cart from the usual finishing order that we've been used to? So Molesey Boat Club coming in with 250 metres to go with a short lead over Abingdon School, who in turn have a lead over Bedford School, and Enniskillen are having a real crack here. They're in the 4th position as it lies. They've got that bronze medal from the Charles Beale 8s. Teddies are just holding on there, seem to be doing all right. They're keeping in there. They're getting dropped off the back as the people start raising the rates. So Molesey Boat Club, as the rates go up, they start winding it in. The hands start spinning quick around the turn. Enniskillen seem to be raising the rate really well. Can Molesey hold on over here on the near side next to the commentary tower? It looks like it. So Molesey Boat Club seem to be leading the way with Abingdon School. Here come Bedford School. Have they got a little bit more to give? So Enniskillen on the far side, lane 3, they're really coming like a steam train here. Molesey Boat Club holding on to the lead, the last few strokes up towards the end. So Molesey crossed the line first. It's going to be so tight between Abingdon and Bedford School, and over there on the far side, Enniskillen followed by St Edward's School, and then a real tight finish again. Dulwich College and King's Chester finishing within a very short space of time, and then King's College School on the far side. What a race that was. 3 real close finishes there between the different ones. Well done, Molesey Boat Club, run that race outright. Also the fastest first 8, Charles Beale champions. And we're also going to head back down to the start line so we can watch the pictures at least while we wait for the results. Championship 8s are off. So the Championship 8s is on the course. Championship 8, A final, lane 1, Hampton School, lane 2, Shrewsbury School, lane 3, Winchester College, lane 4, Radley College, lane 5, Shiplake College, lane 6, Westminster School, lane 7, Eton College, lane 8, St Paul's School. So Molesey crossing the line first, Abingdon School crossing the line second, Bedford School crossing the line first, Enniskillen crossing the line fourth, who I believe get a bronze medal in the Charles Beale. And we're coming up to around the halfway point in the Championship 8s. And again, Eton College had a strong showing in this race. Over in lane 7, St Paul's School, lane 8 as well. Very strong start from both crews. Hampton in lane 1 don't seem out of it. Westminster School, just inside. Eton are in touch, as well as Shiplake College and Radley College. It seems like we've got a very close race here, as we always do during the Championship 8's final. The last race of the day, the Blue Ribbon event. What a great race we've got unfolding, if you can see the TV screen down here. Eton College look like they're leading St Paul's School, who seem like they're leading Shiplake College. Just in front of Westminster. Shiplake College haven't put Radley to the sword yet, and as we get a static view as they come past this, we'll understand the lengths and distances between everyone. So I'm going to call that Eton College are going to be leading this one. No, St Paul's School have a small lead. Look at that, a canvas over Eton College, over 3/4 of a length to Shiplake College. Radley and Westminster you can't separate. Back to Winchester College and Shrewsbury School and Hampton School bring up the last position. So out of shot, St Paul's with a canvas lead over the hosts here, Eton. Can they hold on to that as they go through 1,000 metres? We're into the last kind of 750 metres to go now, approaching 1,500 metres. This is where they'll start to wind their races up, as we said, right next to each other. Eton and St Paul's School separated by a canvas, and there's about 3/4 of a length back to Shiplake College, right in the thick of it, who have got a little bit of a lead now over Westminster and Radley. So those are the 5 that are going to contest the medals by the looks of it from that 750 metre to go mark. They're coming through past the tents. We can see the crowds along the banks really thick. This is the blue ribbon event. This is what everyone wants to do from a J14 in your first regatta. This is the race that you want to be doing your second or last year at school. So who's going to be the people walking away with the silverware on their way to Henley Royal Regatta, which is in a few weeks' time? So at this point it looks like St Paul's School have a small lead over Eton College still, and again Shiplake College holding on to that all-important bronze medal place. Radley and Westminster seem to be pushing hard though. How big is the gap? Let's have a look. It is just squeezed it out to 1/4 of a length. St Paul's are growing their lead. Eton, do they look a little bit tired on their oars? St Paul's look fresh. Eton seem to be making a bit of meal of it. Shiplake College in that 3rd place. Can they hold off Radley and Westminster? This is going to be a great finish. Don't write off the rowers from Winchester or Shrewsbury either. There's still a lot to cheer for. 250 metres to go. The peloton of cyclists that are following this race are coming down. St Paul's looks strong. Are Eton fading? How much of a lead is St Paul's going to eke out? I'm not sure Eton are going to catch them. Have they got anything left to give? Can Shiplake hold off Westminster? St Paul's look like they're going to cross the line first. They're eking out a 1/3 of a length now. Shiplake College holding off the challenge from Westminster. Eton College crossing second. Shiplake College getting some silverware. Westminster School in that awful 4th position. Radley College leaning over their blades, hard fit 5th. Then we also have Winchester College, followed closely by Shrewsbury School and Hampton. What a great final of the Championship 8s. And we'll just wait for that white flag to come. We can confirm that St Paul's School beat Eton College, beat Shiplake College in front of Westminster School, Radley College. Winchester College back there in 5th place. Shrewsbury School and Hampton bringing up the last place. What a great end to racing this evening. And that will be presented over there on the presentation raft. Go around and give them a cheer. What a great race that was all the way. No one giving any ground to anyone. And that concludes the racing for today. And you'll be very pleased to hear that tomorrow morning racing resumes at 8 o'clock with the first time trial of the Junior 16 girls pairs. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning. And a great shot there of St Paul's School with the Championship boys, Queen Elizabeth the Queen Mother Cup, Championship boys 8s. 2nd place, our host today, Eton College, and 3rd place, a very well-rowed Shiplake College, who managed to hold off Westminster, who then in turn held off Radley. Winchester College, followed by Shrewsbury School and Hampton. And those are your 1 to 8. So thank you very much, and we will see you tomorrow.